In making this series, I sort of fear that someone's going to quit their job to make camping videos on YouTube and become destitute when they realize that it takes years for most people to make their first cent on YouTube, if ever. It's not realistic to expect to get rich here. So if you ever wanted to know what I make from these videos, being a YouTuber can be a real mental health battle. The lack of views can just totally demoralize a YouTuber. I felt like I had really failed. But here's the secret sauce to this channel. The reason I'm able to do this full time with no sponsors. And I promised you I'd tell you how much I made in the first 6 months of doing this. And here it is.
April 2017. Filmed a camping trip just for fun, put it on YouTube. Enjoyed it, kept doing it for 2 years, never thought it could make real money. April of 2019. Monetized the channel to help pay for equipment. Started making $1 per day, actually less than $1 at first. But that became $5 a day, then 20, then sometimes even more than 50. And that was while holding a full-time job. $6,000 in total in the first year after monetizing. As 2020 went on, ad revenue more than doubled to over 14,000, and a crazy idea began to take root. April of 2021, quit my desk job, went all in on YouTube. This is the story of my first year as a YouTuber. If you told your friends and family you were going to quit your job to make camping videos on YouTube, what do you think they'd say?
You're crazy.
Well, I'd call him a idiot. Doesn't know the first thing about camping.
That'd be very foolish.
It's a good idea. Like change your life? I think so.
I don't know. I don't think you could do it. Jono, you must be tripping.
Damn right I am. Part 3 of this series brings us into fall in the Boreal Forest, and my 3rd season making camping videos full time. Q3, as I would have called it in my first career in corporate sales and marketing. If you missed spring and summer, I'd put 62 days in the bush so far, and hope to spend at least 100 days in the wild over the course of the year through all 4 seasons. Fall was kicking off with my longest and most anticipated trip of the whole year. Up to 2 weeks on a remote route through the wild Boreal Forest. The trip offered a mix of everything a paddler could want. Large and small lakes, wetland and river sections, seclusion, and great fishing and wildlife potential, including a chance to see one animal that was at the top of my bucket list. Of the 3 big things I wanted to happen this year, I'd finally seen the Northern Lights properly, got engaged to my soulmate, and if I got to see one animal in particular, my year would be just about perfect. I invited Joe Robinette out again after our memorable trout trip in spring, as well as a guy named Xander Budnick. I started following him early in 2021 and liked his vibe. As the year went on, he'd been getting some serious traction on YouTube, and I remember thinking, where did this guy come from? Most of us in the camping genre struggled for years to get any traction. He had one video in particular that went viral, where he looked like he was roasting himself like a wiener over the fire in the thumbnail. We exchanged a few comments on each other's videos and eventually started messaging. I extended the invite for him to join Joe and I, and Xander accepted. But as the trip approached, something came up for Joe which left just the 2 of us. Potentially an awkward situation. I was going no matter what, and Xander was still game, but it made the trip a bit of a gamble. Up to 2 weeks alone with one person could be a long time if it turns out to be a poor match.
You ever been on a blind date? I'm kind of on the camping equivalent. Going on a pretty long 200 plus kilometer up to 2 week trip with someone I just met last night. Know him from social media a little bit, but we've never actually hung out in person until last night, so kind of a wild card. It's a long time to spend with someone you just met. At least we have different canoes, but yeah, I think we'll be stepping on each other's toes a little bit.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Didn't see you there.
Some dramatic skies to start here. Could be some foreshadowing for this trip. The weather forecast looks pretty challenging, most of all the wind. Really excited for it. We could see a lot of big mammals on this trip. There's possibility for bear, lynx, moose, timber wolves, and caribou, woodland caribou. That would be magical. Never seen one. It's really high on my bucket list. Yeah, I think we're camping here. Just saw lightning over there. So we're gonna haul out, camp here. It's pretty bushy, but I think we'll be getting a lot of that on this trip. And just an incredibly dramatic sky. Stuff going on everywhere. It's rain on the breeze. We got tarps up, lickety split, wind's picking up. Hopefully we can get a chance to cook this fish. Hoping that this passes. Start the fire after it. Oh, those look great.
Oh, what a way to start a trip.
Right on.
That's delicious, dude.
Day 1 in the books, a long drive, but still put a 10-kilometer dent in our route. Beautiful scenery and skies, and bonding with a new friend over a pan of fish. I'd say Xander and I are off to a good start.
6 a.m. It's getting bright out. We're gonna get at her. Gotta put in a big day today. Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Yesterday was a short day, probably our easiest day of the whole trip. And yeah, we are way up north. I'll show you on my phone here. Way up north. I didn't really have time to explain yesterday with the fish cleaning and everything. It was dark before we knew it. But yeah, we're in for a good trip. Leaving camp number 1 behind. It was a really nice one. Great view, sunrise this morning, sunset last night. Coming up to our first portage of the trip, it's 750 meters. Yeah, into our next lake.
It's good to see. Food barrel's heavy right now. A lot of food in there, so.
This lake doesn't have a name on my topo map, but it is just beautiful. Hard to rush through, but we have so much to see on this trip, and there'll be plenty more to enjoy. So it's okay. Just soaking up the moment.
This portage is so short that we just took our packs over, and now we're double teaming the canoe, 1 man on each end, so we don't have to unload all the little bits and pieces.
We're into Dilasep Lake now, which is a pretty sizable one. We are going into a headwind, but it's manageable today, so it's no problem. It's the days ahead, especially tomorrow and the day after, I believe, where the wind could be really challenging. So we're gonna get as far as we can today. Anything?
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, okay, good. What do your elf eyes see? Boreal forest. Any hobbits? Have you seen 2 hobbits? So we just came up through the river here, and we're in this part of Minnis Lake now, and we were hoping to get over here at least, and then not be in too much of the headwind on Minnis Lake here, which is quite large, but we're thinking this is more realistic at this point. We've turned into the headwind on Minnis Lake now. Quite a bit tougher paddling, but hopefully just a few more kilometers to go before we make camp. Found camp for the night. Had a pretty long day, about 9 hours of actual paddling. We're hungry. Time to stop. We didn't put much of a dent in Minnis, unfortunately, but we'll figure it out.
Or we won't.
Or we won't. 2 possibilities. Oh yeah, much needed. Night 2 of camping with a stranger. So far so good. Put in at least 30 clicks today, a lot of that into a headwind. Looking forward to tomorrow. It's could be a nasty day, but we'll just have to see. stormed overnight a bit. Wind was really gusting and there's some lightning, thunder. It's nice to get it overnight. I'm having a traditional breakfast of burritos, and I brought in one avocado as a treat.
Want to give me some of that?
And Xander has oats.
Trade you.
In fairness, Xander does have a bucket of coffee though, so he's got that on me.
Getting ready for the day.
Yeah, you're gonna be wired.
2 for you, 1 for me.
Alright, we're leaving our camp behind here, and the wind is up, but not to the point where we're windbound. We can definitely fight through it like we did yesterday. After Minnis Lake, we got rapids too, so we're excited to get into that, and that would be a great place to be for some windy conditions off the big lakes. The wind is still building, but so far it seems like we lucked out and the worst of it came overnight. Still making progress, but we're about to hit the most exposed part of Minnis Lake. So we're doing pretty well here. We camped last night. We've made it all the way across to this island. Now we're in here and we should be in the clear to get into these rapids.
One more big blow. Get all that smoke out of there.
Almost at the end of Minnis Lake, and you can hear the rapids looming ahead. Kind of exciting. Hope we can run it. Kind of gets your nerves going too. How's it look?
From what I can see so far, pretty straightforward. Yeah, but I can't see past these branches, so we have to go a little. But avoid this rock in that hole there, right? But straight up the middle.
Yeah. This rapid looks like it should be no real trouble, but we have probably at least 2 more after it today, and it could rain. So I brought this thing out, might as well use it. Should be uneventful. He's all good down there. That's the dream. Keeper? Yeah, that looks perfect. This is a keeper too. Oh, and then hook just came out. Bit smaller, but combined they'll be great. And I put a rock in the boat just so I can bonk it, put it out of its misery immediately. Thank you. Now there's a nasty strainer here. The flow is pushing right under it. So we're just gonna wait around this one. It's such a short run, it's not worth trying to do something silly. Nice to have the dry suit here. Just saw a bolt of lightning over there over my shoulder. Oh, baby! Walleye, dinner, and a thunderstorm. Sounds great. We better get to camp though. Oh, I love thunder. Are you still thinking camp here? Yeah. That could be the site there. Is that a fire pit? What do you think? Check it out. Thunder booming. We got a pretty nice spot here though. I really like it. Love these ancient looking spruce forests. Bit of use, but it seems quite old. Beautiful spot.
How you doing here?
Good, man. Yeah, no, it set up well.
Good.
We did it.
Yeah, hopefully we got a break in the rain to eat. I guess we can use the tarp.
Yeah, we'll just get that fire up to critical state and get it ripped and roaring, and we'll be good to go.
Great little storm there. We've got some tarps up, rainbow, thunder, lightning, heavy showers, and now it's time for fish. Hopefully rain holds off for us.
You cut off his pectoral?
Pectoral fins, yeah, after. I find is easiest.
Xander got us a delightful fire going. Feels wonderful. We're pretty soaked. I mean, I'm not with the dry suit, but my head is, hands and all that. And it still feels just as good as if I was soaked. Like you are. I'm a little wet. What's up? Just you looking up at me while you're blowing that. Oh, yes. Mind if I go ahead?
And eat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mind.
Okay. Looks like the rain's just starting back up. We've just got time to clean our fish. And first bite. Mmm. Oh, it's good.
Just getting into the hammock. Got fresh clothes on. All dry and warm. It feels so good after a cool and rainy day, windy. But a beautiful one. Ended it with walleye, rainbow. It's a great day. It's a caribou. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's magnificent. It's coming right for us. Woodland caribou are considered threatened as a species at risk. Who knows how much longer it'll be possible to see one. I absolutely can't believe that just happened. Day 4, about a third of the way into our trip. I thought that might not happen at all. I thought the odds were against us, actually. I've been waiting on a caribou for years, woodland caribou. How do you feel?
That was great. I didn't think that was gonna happen.
And you've never seen one?
I've never seen one before.
Oh my goodness.
Good eye across the lake right there. It's a good omen.
Wow. Oh, I'm so happy. We're on our way with a powerful tailwind, which we'll only be able to enjoy for a little bit while we hopefully run a couple of rapids here. There are 3, I think probably 2 of them we'll hopefully be able to run. Got the caribou, nothing else matters. I'm just overjoyed. A lot of blowdown here. The damage to these woods goes on for quite a ways. We're thinking maybe a tornado occurred at some point many years ago. Pretty amazing to see powerful weather up here. What do you think?
Pretty straightforward.
Sweet.
Yeah, like straight up the middle, straight up the middle.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's a big boy! Woo!
Oh no. Dude, it's a good sized pike.
Oh. Oh, I hope I got that on camera because that thing was enormous.
Not as big as yours. Thanks, buddy. We've been enjoying this tailwind so far today. As we headed north, we're now turning and we're going into it, so we'll see how far we get. It's really picking up. Coming up to rapid number 3. Look at the wind on the trees here. Can make the rapids a little tougher too. The wind is really blowing us around in here. Can't even wear my hat. It's hard to steer. Can barely move forward in this wind. We're having some lunch here, but it seems like we might be windbound. Might have to make a little bush camp here, but it's kind of a unique spot, so that'd be all right. I'm gonna see what we can do. As soon as I get around this point, it's gonna be wicked. We've got a pretty unique spot here. Good tent pad for Xander, just a bush site here, so we're glad we found a flat spot for him. I'll be hanging in here. Beautiful view here down the river, St. Raphael River. Yeah, we're pretty thrilled with this campsite. Good tent pad for Xander and a beautiful spot for me here. Love it. Mossy, all these interesting mushrooms around. Wind raging on the other side of this point, nice and leeward here. Ah, feels good. So we got to a point where it just wasn't worth battling the wind anymore. We would have fought tooth and nail to make a couple more kilometers today. This worked out to be a pretty sweet camp. We were just casting offshore, hoping to get a fish to clean up, but no such luck. Just gonna make some tea, sit by the fire, have some much needed downtime on this trip. Pretty much been go, go, go.
GT's coming up. Oh my. Swing and a miss. Look at that. Looks like pee-pee.
Appetizing.
Flavorful.
Thanks for the pee-pee water.
You're welcome.
It does look like pee-pee.
It does. Does it smell or taste like pee-pee?
Good guess.
The best you've ever had.
That is good.
This is a very nice afternoon. I'm almost glad that we were forced to stop. We need a tailwind someday. We've got some huge lakes coming up, and the tailwind would go a long way.
Tea was delicious.
Good. We're gonna cook up dinner in a sec, unless we can get a fish or two. That would be ideal. And you just sat on the water and a rainbow popped up. Xander delivers a walleye right where I got a hit 15-20 minutes ago. Well done. I'm enjoying it vicariously. Xander is making tea with his mac and cheese water. Not a picky man.
Reduce, reuse, recycle.
So it's almost 8 o'clock. We're gonna hit the hay and wake up really early at 4 a.m. have breakfast and then hit the water and try and put a real dent into Churchill Lake. It's kind of giving both of us a bit of concern. So we're gonna try and knock it off in the dark. Alright, 4 a.m. Here we go. Well, I'm glad we woke up early. The stars are incredible and there's actually some faint northern lights. Thought it looked kind of bright on the horizon. Awesome. Kind of an awesome morning here. Got fire, big bucket of curry, and it's quite calm, so hopefully we can take advantage of that before it picks up. Great stars still out though, won't come up on this camera, but yeah, just an awesome experience. Paddling at first light, it's quite chilly, but reasonably bundled up, and it feels good just to be moving and getting the blood flowing. To say this trip has been magical so far is an understatement. Woodland caribou, stars, northern lights, storms, fishing, northern scenery. Hard to believe it's only day 5. Just look at that. Magic. Xander just got a walleye here, and there's a sundog forming there. Just non-stop beauty. Into the portage into Churchill Lake. It's a good trail, just a quarter kilometer. Except for this big blowdown, but it lifted up its mat and you can just walk right behind that. Massive. We're into the north arm of Churchill Lake. There is a breeze in our face, but just a breeze. So we should be good for at least a few hours, I hope. We're probably gonna more or less skip lunch, just snack, and try and put a really good dent in this lake. It's not a bad one. Oh yeah! That is chunky. Oh yeah. That's close to a 10-pounder there. Yes. A beauty. And I'll let her resuscitate. There, excellent, excellent. Churchill, baby!
Yeah?
Big lake, big fish. Oh, walleye. Wow. Immediately after. What fishing on Churchill Lake? Hey, bear, bear. Wow, what a model. Oh man, I'm loving this route so much. Having such an amazing experience. Yesterday, woodland caribou, and then Xander gets a big pike. Today, bear, and I get a big pike. Incredible. And northern lights in between. Like, what a trip.
Over here.
You gone?
It's a really good thing we started early this morning. It's only 10. Wind's already starting to get tough, and we're not even on the main body of Churchill Lake yet. Still in the North Arm. The North Arm itself is bigger than most lakes, but at least we're still making progress. Another bear. Just saw another black bear here from afar. Didn't really get a good shot of it. Came in just to see if it was still around, but it looks like it's buzzed off. Just after 4, so we've been paddling for 10 hours and we've been up and at it for 12. Pretty much non-stop. We haven't stopped for a proper meal, so I'm really craving dinner. Hoping we can get a fish in these last few kilometers before camp. Whatever the case is, I'll be happy to stop and eat and probably go to bed really early. Yes, we're eating tonight, my friends. Eating tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How is it?
Good.
Good temp pad for you?
Good enough.
Fantastic. Oh, that all worked out well. Just caught this pike as we were coming into camp. Probably 5 pounds, maybe 6 at the most. Xander's starting the fire up there, which is awesome. So nice to have 2 people for doing this. So 3 big fillets, and this one had roe in it as well. I've never eaten pike roe before, and pike don't spawn till spring, so this is months before that. So anyway, it was in there, so we're going to try it, see if we can make use of it. Season in hand, fish in the pan.
Fish in hand, fish in the pan. Oh, look at that go, eh? Shriveled up like a, you know what, in cold water. What a day!
What a day. 2 bears, big pike, fish fry, and sun dogs. Golden morning and northern lights. Wow. How we doing here, folks? Can I get anyone a refill? So I've eaten fish roe before, but never from pike. We're gonna try it. Whoa, yours is still raw and wriggling. Mine is shriveled up, but
Might need some work. You're right. It's not bad though.
it's fishy. It's good though. No, it is good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Enjoyed that.
That was so good.
Hit the spot, just what we needed.
Yeah, needed is right.
Alright, we're getting saddled up for the night. Both zonked As soon as we lie down, we'll probably be dead to the world. Xander's back there on a nice mossy spot. A little bit undulating, but otherwise a nice spot. Help me. Another absolutely astonishing day. 5 days in, and I'd say this is on pace to be the best camping trip of my life. I'm absolutely inspired by what we've seen here. It's hard to put into words. Sun's setting. Moon is rising just through there. Who knows if we'll see the northern lights? At least stars. Yeah, just overwhelmed right now with emotion and joy, gratitude. Having the best trip ever.
You peeping on me?
Oh yeah, and I like what I'm seeing. I think I almost just lost my eyebrows. Up at 4:45 this morning, again trying to beat the winds, but they're already blowing. They blew all night pretty hard. But they're gonna get really bad this afternoon, so we'll hopefully get in some distance and find a really good camp for the next day, which is supposed to have 70 millimeters of rain. Like, that's just absolutely huge. That's a huge rainstorm. So we really want to hunker down and find a good site for tonight. On to St. Raphael Lake. Wind's getting pretty bad, so there's some campsites maybe a kilometer or two, and we're gonna take them if they're any good.
Good. I like where you're chilling.
It's very comfy.
Just in the moss.
How you doing over there?
Good, just finished.
Xander's just admiring the mushrooms. There are an incredible number on this island, really all over on this trip, but this island has a ton. Six days into camping with Xander, who is virtually a stranger to me, and yeah, I'm thrilled that he's here. It's worked out beautifully. Solo tripping is awesome because you can eat whenever you want, you stop for camp whenever you want, fish. It's all on your schedule. And you make some compromises when you trip with someone, but special moments like the caribou, seeing that, like I'm so glad that he was here to enjoy that moment. And then the tough moments too, battling a headwind. You feel like you're in it together. So yeah, I'm thrilled he's here.
Oh, yeah, the sun has that like kind of smoke in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah.
Sun just set, moon's on the rise. Red sunset, red moon rise, storm coming. Ambiance off the charts. So the rain has lit up. Mostly right now. It's just raining lightly. Made it through the night. What was your experience?
Oh, it was awesome waking up around, oh, I went to sleep listening to Lord of the Rings and just woke up around midnight to some thunder and seen flashes of light, and the tarp was going crazy, the wind was howling, and I was thinking, oh crap, like this is gonna be bigger than we thought.
There's definitely that moment of
Yeah.
like feeling like you're in the teeth of an animal and it could just rip you to shreds.
It was
But
pretty intimidating, to be honest.
yeah, but the beast was gentle enough with us.
Yeah, got up around 6 and things seemed to be like puzzling out, so.
Yeah, so much for our sleep-in day. Our sleep cycle's just set. We can't even sleep in.
Yeah, you got up too?
Yeah,
Got my coffee already,
nice.
ready?
And we're just waiting for a north wind.
Yeah.
Waiting for that wind to shift in our favor.
Xander just popped by and we had a chat about the plan for today. We're just gonna pack up and get going. We're gonna get soaked today for sure. So we might as well just stop delaying the inevitable and set up camp earlier in the day and have time to kind of get situated and dry out a bit, hopefully. It's supposed to rain all day. We won't be drying out in the sun or anything, but at least under our tarps we can get everything ready for the night, which is gonna be fairly chilly.
So we camped there last night. We're heading down this lake onto the next map, down here across into Ghost Lake, and then we're gonna hopefully camp somewhere there before the next portage.
A big walleye.
Nice.
Whoa, he doesn't want to get in the basket. He's like, that's not for me. All right. Hello. That's a big walleye.
Biggest of the trip, maybe?
Biggest one for the trip, yeah.
Nice fish.
That's a good fish.
Shoop.
Later, bud. Thank you for your visit.
Yeah, I can't go too wrong, eh? You can't go too wrong. Keep heading down.
Getting a little cold, but I'm not like too cold.
At least we have a tailwind. Just gonna let it go. Whoa. We're coming into some islands, hoping we can find a good campsite. We're gonna call it for the day. It's very chilly, especially for Xander without the dry suit. So best to just stop for the day. We can put in more time tomorrow when the rain's supposed to pass. Made a good little chunk of distance today. So we're stopping here on this beautiful spot. It's a little messed up back there, so much blowdown. But Xander's gonna get his tent and tarp up here. I'm sure I can get the hammock up somewhere. We're not too picky right now. This north wind is pretty chilly. Oh, that smells so good. There's nothing like getting under a tarp on a cold, rainy day, making a hot meal. We were saying this on the way down as we were paddling through the rain. It's just like there may be no greater simple pleasure in life. Oh man. Yes.
Another beauty campsite amongst this little island chain. And this should be our most favorable day for travel so far, which is very exciting. It's been headwinds and or rain most of the time so far, and we've enjoyed it thoroughly, but like the thought of getting good conditions, wind blowing on our backs without rain pelting our faces is very exciting. There's a mink running along the shore.
Okay, that's a good guy.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
Oh my god, the hook came out. That guy was huge.
That was probably bigger than your last biggest one, right?
Maybe. The hook came out and then he was just laying there and I scoop him, but he wouldn't fit in the net.
That dang net. Coming up to our portage, 325 meters into Hooker Lake, I believe it is. No, Vincent. Then Hooker, then Yam. We're into Hooker Lake and just having a quick lunch here on a small beach. Just salami and cheese wraps to get us going quickly.
Am I holding it?
Thank you, Vanna. It's after 5 now and we're looking for a campsite. The wind just died and this is probably the calmest we've had. Calmest conditions of the whole trip. How's it look?
It looks like home.
Just made camp, or just got to camp. My first priority is usually dry shoes.
Mine is fish.
Xander's got a pike to clean up. Took the hook badly, so it was a keeper. Oh, yes. More oil.
Oh yeah, that's good, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alright. Next to Xander, eating fish.
Hello?
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, it's so nice doing fish fries with 2 people.
Yeah,
Get the fire going, you know. It take 3 times longer to do it alone, somehow.
Yeah, what time did we get here? Because we are, fire's up, fish is ready, and we're eating, like, what was that, 20 minutes?
That was like a time trial.
Yeah,
that
was
was
amazing.
record time. Mmm. Oh, it's delicious. We had just enough time to cook up that pike and a little side. I made instant potatoes. Xander, you doing lasagna? What is that? Okay, I'm assuming that's lasagna. Xander's got his tent up, and I will be right beside my bud here. We've never been closer.
You mind going back in the forest a little bit?
We're up at 5:30 in the light of the moon, full moon, and it's our chilliest morning yet, 4 degrees, and we're heading for Lawson Lake, which is one of the lakes we're most excited for. Brad Jennings, whose map we're using for this trip, he said it was probably his favorite of the trip, so. On the water at sunrise, glassy conditions, misty, chilly. Loving it. Another great campsite, camp number 8. On to camp 9. Yesterday we came way down here. This map's in sections, unfortunately I can't show you the overview. Camped there at the mouth of this big long bay, and then we go up this huge U with no portages up Lawson Lake. Yesterday's portage is our last portage for probably, it's gotta be like 30 or 40 kilometers. Pretty fantastic. We're at the bottom of the loop into Lawson Lake. And there are pictographs here. I'm looking forward to it. That huge rainfall 2 days ago, maybe 3, I can't remember now. It's created all these ephemeral streams and waterfalls. Beautiful, breaking up our paddle. Just hear them at the side of the shore and tend to check them out. They're always so nice. Yeah, nice one. Should we have this for lunch?
Yeah.
It's like, it would feed 2.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, my thanks. This fish, which is going to be our lunch. Really quite a nice walleye. I'll show you after I dispatch him. Just out of respect for this guy. And then just crush the skull to ensure that the brain is zapped and that fish is out of its misery. A couple more just to be absolutely sure, but that's definitely dispatched now. Give you a look. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Nice little walleye. Thank you. Coming up to these narrows, which has a cliff, and that's the pictograph site. Very excited to get to these. Just an amazing spot here, even without the pictographs. It's very scenic, and the pictographs just bring you back to a time it's hard to imagine now in this day and age. And Xander and I were talking about it earlier, and I just find it so inspiring that people lived off the land here. Like, it's a harsh existence. The winters up here are brutal, minus 30s, minus 40, and they can be, you know, tough times up here. But they did it. Gonna add this pike to the walleye and make it like a full meal for both of us. We don't have to go into the food barrel at all. Thank you. And that one actually took it in the gills a little bit. Not badly, but makes it a better keeper since it has a lower chance of survival if released. And now we've got a feast. Be really good eating.
Those are some big fish. Those are a lot bigger than I expected.
Not bad.
Yeah. That walleye's a big boy.
Yeah. There's a better look at that blue tinge. I just filleted the walleye. Xander's gonna do up the pike, and we're gonna have quite a feast. Also got the egg sacks. We'll eat those, and the wings.
What's this? Is that sperm?
I think that's like its liver or something. Stop asking if everything's sperm.
Is that sperm? Can we eat it?
Had a really nice shore lunch on that island. We're feeling great, energized, and we're looking for a great campsite tonight. We got a tailwind. Like, today has been the best day in terms of all things considered. Fishing's been great. Just need a good campsite to cap it off. Pulling into camp about 2 hours earlier than yesterday. Looks like a beauty. Setting up my hammock in a really nice spot here. Terrific view down Lawson Lake. And there is a big Widowmaker hanging right over. A great tent pad and a great place for me to set up the hammock as well. So I'm just taking it down for safety. Timber! So that's me there. There's tons of blowdown here. There has been on most of the sites, but this one probably more than any other. Xander's over here with a really terrific view. And he's got us a fire going too.
Are you okay? Did you pinch your finger or something?
Oh no.
You burnt it?
It's a hot rock.
Dude.
Oh. Oh, that's gonna blister.
Oh damn, man.
Look at that. Ooh, that was a shock. I thought it was on the outside, but evidently I am wrong. Ooh, that's starting to hurt.
Amputation might be in order.
Yeah, I think so.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. You almost got earlier in this trip.
I almost get got every single time I come out.
Getting a pot of spruce tea going again. And I just made a boo-boo. I picked up a rock out of the fire. I thought it was on the outside, but it instantly scorched my fingertips. Hopefully it's alright. Just hope it doesn't like blister and get really uncomfortable for paddling, but it is what it is at this point. It's done. And we'll see tomorrow. Yeah, Xander got some footage of it. He happened to be recording the fire as I committed my act of idiocy.
Yeah.
Big pack of wolves close to us just across the lake. So awesome.
That was amazing.
That was so cool.
Wow, that was so loud.
I know. Wow. Woodland caribou, 2 bears, and now a pack of wolves howling just across the lake. What an incredible place.
All sweet dreams.
That's a 5.
So how about those wolves?
Oh yeah, I forgot. That was amazing. I was like just about to doze off.
That was incredible.
That was such an experience considering we thought that, you know, nothing really happened yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty uneventful.
And I journaled that, and then boom.
On to day 10 of camping with someone I barely knew, and it's still going fantastic. Really enjoying Xander's company, and we're excited for today. Our camp is right behind us there, and the wolves were just over on this shore somewhere here, it sounded like. Not far at all. That was magical. Short portage into the next lake, which doesn't appear to have a name. Tamarack are starting to turn golden. So we're on to the 1.6 kilometer, 1 mile portage with lots of blowdown apparently. It's a good thing this tree is well flagged. You would hardly see anything here, eh?
Yeah.
Cooking up some burritos quickly on the burner here in preparation for this mile-long portage. Gotta fuel up, feed the machine. Pretty good so far. Muddy, but that's to be expected. No blowdown that we haven't been able to get around yet. Still a great trail. A little bit of blowdown, but nothing you can't step over. Some old wolf scat here.
It's a doozy.
There's a really cool tiered mushroom on the trail ahead.
Oh yeah.
And some interesting poop. Ooh. I'll leave you with that teaser. Beautiful end to the portage here. I am through, took the canoe and food barrel in one shot. My main pack's halfway there back, so almost there. Moose over there. We just saw a moose as we were coming through this marsh, which was no surprise really. Like, it seemed like a really moosey spot, but that is now 4 out of 5 big mammals that we could have seen on this trip, including the wolves that we heard last night, the 2 bears and the caribou. That is absolutely incredible. Like exceeds our wildest expectations. And now the only one left is a lynx, but that's probably the least likely. So we're back to De Lesseps Lake on the south end. We passed through the north end near the start of the trip. So we're getting toward the end. We think we'll be 2 more days, but we have a long paddle back. We're trying to take advantage of this tailwind we have today, because tomorrow's gonna be a headwind. We have a lot of north ground to cover here on this lake. Yeah, it's an otter. Not the first otter we've seen on this trip, but first one we got any footage of. Not to mention the eagles, hawks, and mink. What a wildlife paradise. It's a wildlife sanctuary.
And this animal.
Yeah, the biggest animal in the park.
The biggest and the dumbest.
Home sweet home, eh? Pretty cool spot here after a long day, a biggest day. I've been awake since 3:30. I just woke up and couldn't sleep after that. Oh, someone's changing. And it's a little bushy, but find a tent pad for Xander. And the hammock always has a home somewhere, as long as there are trees. Oh yeah, I can't wait to hang up in it. Just about to lose the sun. Just enough time to set up. It's appreciated. We'll cook after sunset and then go to sleep. What a long day. Good day. Full.
Are you peeping on my tent?
Yes. I'm in the hammock, sleeping without the tarp tonight. We're looking forward to our last full day tomorrow. Added a moose today, more beautiful lakes and scenery. I really couldn't ask for more on this trip.
Xander's gone. I'm so scared. Morning of day 11. We are on our way at 6:15 a.m. Up at 5, one of our earliest times on the water. And we're looking forward to our last day. Last full day. Xander's having a very bad time.
Speak for yourself.
He has explosive diarrhea, and he's defiled all of his undies. Not a clean one to spare.
And I wouldn't give him any toilet paper. I said, not a square to spare. And he said, I didn't watch Seinfeld. Just kidding. No diarrhea. Just did a small portage, or second last portage of the trip, into this small lake, which we're just going to enjoy and fish for quite a while. We have ample time today to get back to our access lake, and then we'll be out tomorrow morning. So we're just enjoying it, soaking it up, the end of the trip. Bull moose back there. Grunting there in the rut. Fantastic, such a cooperative subject. Beautiful the way he was grunting at us and he was racked up, and we, oh,
That was awesome.
beautiful outro for our journey. Almost, it's not over yet. Who knows what else we'll see, but that was perfect. They call this the boreal forest, but to me sometimes it feels more like a jungle. It's so wild. It is. This trip has been like a safari. A few days into fall now. It's a chilly one with a cold north wind. Warming up with some fire and cook up a pot of tea. On the 700 meter portage back to Minchin Lake, or Access Lake. It's always weird on these trips. Like, they feel like they fly by, but that feels like a long time ago that we were here at the same time. It's cool. I've never seen a flock of them before. Sandhill cranes. Just pulling into our final camp for the trip. Some very menacing clouds above us. And we're excited to just set up the tarp, ride out anything that comes, and soak up these last moments. As a loner, it can be hard to muster up the social energy to get out there, to make friends, to do anything social. Even online, it can take a lot of effort, but sometimes you put yourself out there and it pays off. Found a great friend in Xander. Enjoyed his company so much on this trip. It wouldn't have been the same without him, and we had a phenomenal time. You're never sure if you know someone. All I did is watch his YouTube. You have probably a good sense of who someone is through that, but you never know. It's a bit of a wild card, and this was probably my most anticipated route of the year. It could have been ruined if I picked the wrong person, but I didn't. Xander's a stand-up guy, so worked out beautifully. I started out backcountry camping as a soloist because I didn't think I had compatible tripping partners, like who had the right gear and schedule and perhaps skill level. But largely I went solo because I just wanted to be alone. But with Erin coming into my life a couple of years ago, and getting out with people like Joe and Xander, and learning how much richer a trip can be with people. I still love solo, but there's something to be said for company out here. There's that Chris McCandless quote, "Happiness only real when shared," and it's so true. And I'm so grateful to all those people and to you for letting me share this happiness.
Goose Braba.
Goose Braba. Oh, night 11. What an incredible trip.
Yeah.
One of the best in my life.
Yeah? Yeah,
Easily.
Easily for me too.
For experience, like it's a fantastic route on its own. You got lakes, rivers, bit of whitewater, some like wetlands, and incredible wildlife. Best. Right on cue, the loon.
I'm blown away by the boreal forest. It was, when you invited me, I was like, oh yeah, the boreal forest, that sounds really boring and flat. And it was relatively flat, but it was beyond gorgeous. The wildlife and the fauna and flora and the mushrooms, the fish.
Great fishing.
It was so full of life.
Yeah.
It was such a magical place.
It is, for like a short period of the year, so full of life. And then in the winter, it's just almost a wasteland, but still in a beautiful way with life. Wow, just right on cue. Seriously.
Hey, buddy.
Loon flies by. And yeah, obviously the caribou.
The caribou.
That was magic. Like, that's for me an unforgettable part of my life. Yeah, and not to mention Northern Lights. Like, everything in the sky has been incredible. The weather.
The winds on our side against us.
Yep, the winds.
Fishing.
Just an immersive wilderness experience. Just feel like we got everything. What was your highlight? Was it the caribou?
Yeah, pike in the weather, for sure. Yeah, catching some fish, catching some walleye, pulling some of those things out of the lake, learning about fishing from you. Going barbless was really, really cool.
Kudos, man.
Yeah.
Kudos.
I
didn't say anything to him. That was completely his decision. And it's a good one. Like, when you're catching this many fish, too, it just makes the release process so much easier and more enjoyable.
Yeah, it makes you a better fisherman, too, when you're trying to reel them in and it's barbless. Like, yeah.
Yeah. And man, we had a lot of fish fries. Like, the most fish I've ever eaten on a trip, for sure. How many times? 6 at least.
There's some heavy breathing
7?
at night some
Oh,
days.
yeah, like a lot of fried fish in our arteries and campfire smoke in our lungs.
Yeah, the caribou was super cool.
Yeah. So, sorry, was that your highlight? Or just the fishing
that's like
in general?
the most magical thing that happened. If there was anything that like bordered on like the magical, mystical, it was that moment when the caribou came out. Yeah. Definitely.
Okay. And your low point of the trip?
Sitting on this bench, hearing and feeling your farts.
That's a good one. That's a good choice. A bit of recency bias in there, I think. But
yeah,
okay.
It's traumatizing. Low point. Yeah, it's this moment.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thanks for joining us.
Hope you guys enjoyed that one as much as we did. Thanks for watching.
Have a good day.
Have a great day.
Don't ever sign off on my show again. .30, packed up, skipped breakfast, paddling for the car, final paddle of the trip in the rain. A little bit of light creeping into the sky. Our bodies are pretty raw. We're almost back.
Xander and I made the long drive back to my place near Lake Superior, where he spent the night before carrying on to Toronto. I'd see him again before long, and it would be the first of many adventures for us. After these trips, there's a ton to do to keep the channel rolling. Being totally disconnected for a third of the year while I'm on these trips, when I'm home, I'm always playing catch up. A lot of YouTubers end up hiring at least an editor, if not a camera operator, and an agent to help with business development and brand deals, and some channels become full-on businesses with staff and studios and offices. Personally, I'm dead set on avoiding any of that, even if it severely limits the channel. In these intermissions, I'll talk about my experience as a YouTuber and how this is all possible as an independent channel with no sponsors. It's late fall right now and I'm in the hot tent, as you can see, and I'm camping right on the ice, doing some fishing here tomorrow. Minus 20 out. The wood stove's crackling, wind is blowing on the canvas, and it's dark for 16 hours a day right now. So it's the perfect time to tell you this story of being a YouTuber from the highs to the lows. And remember, there are chapters in the playback bar if you want to skip over anything. When I get cell signal back after a longer trip like that one with Xander, one of the first things I do is check YouTube analytics. It's extremely addictive. There's that little dopamine hit if you see a video doing really well or a jump in subs, or the complete opposite if the numbers are flat. I've had results that made me feel like I was on top of the world, and others that brought up powerful feelings of rejection and irrelevance. When doing YouTube becomes your whole life, keep in mind I spend a third of the year out here, like 24 hours a day doing this, and when I'm home, I'm usually editing 10 to 12 hours a day. So when it's your whole life, it's bad how much it can dictate your self-worth. But for the most part, I feel like I won the lottery. Of course, I'm sure a lot of you would kill, just like I would have 5-10 years ago, to camp for a living, edit when I'm home, and make my own schedule, be my own boss. And now, in the 7th year of the channel, I'm making a great living. The first 4 of those years were strictly a hobby, but I've been full-time for 3.5 years now. To start off this behind-the-scenes look, let's have a look at YouTube Studio. This is where I can see exactly how the channel is performing. The dashboard tab shows the latest activity on the channel, including how my last post performed compared to the previous videos. This number can cause a lot of grief for YouTubers because you always want your next video to do well, but it's constant up and down for most of us, and it sucks when there's a flop staring you in the face. 10 out of 10 is not good. It means it's the worst of the last 10. 1 out of 10 would be the best. Revenue's blurred out for now, but I'll share some examples later when I talk about the money side of things. The community tab is like an inbox for the YouTuber, and this is where I go to check your comments. These little icons show if you're publicly subscribed and for how long, or if you're a top commenter. On the content tab, I can view all my posts with basic stats for each one. Here's the trip you just saw with Xander, and that one did great, with over 1 million views. The short trips before that at the end of summer didn't get traction for the most part, especially considering that these view counts have had 3 years to build now as I record this. But most of them weren't very exciting trips, so it doesn't surprise me. I'm not bummed out about those results. My engagement trip with Erin did pretty decent, and the trips before it in Tomagami and on Lake Superior both cracked 1 million. This is the roller coaster of the YouTube algorithm, and at times it feels like everything is going right, and other times like it's utterly hopeless. I'm in the midst of one of those slumps right now, actually, and it's never fun. And no matter what I post, I feel like it's going to flop. Whether a video takes off or not is almost completely dependent on the YouTube algorithm and whether it puts it into your recommendations or not. But I also can't just blame it on the algorithm when I don't get views. For the most part, it's on me, and it says that I didn't do a good enough job with the content. Or maybe the content isn't bad, it could be fine, but it just doesn't appeal to a wide audience. The algorithm is like the wind on a canoe trip. Sometimes it's at my back, sometimes it's in my face, but ultimately it doesn't matter, and it's up to me to make progress. After the trip with Xander, it was back to struggling for a while, until late winter when there was a massive surge for the channel, and the algorithm started recommending the videos to a wide audience. In fact, I've still never been able to replicate the growth in the channel in the nearly 3 years since then. 4 straight videos cracked 1 million, 1 dud, and then 7 million. The 7-day winter trip and our 14-day Quetico trip were pretty cool, but the first 3 of these videos really weren't even that special. This channel alone has tons of better videos than that, and then if you look at YouTube broadly, there are thousands if not millions of videos that are better and deserve those views more than those videos did. But for whatever reason, YouTube decided that those were good ones to push out, and for a while I was riding that tailwind. The good news with the ups and downs is that I've got a back catalog from 7+ years of doing this with hundreds of videos, and those still make money and provides a baseline income. That means I'm not dependent on posting constantly, which can be exhausting for YouTubers, and that's why a lot of them burn out. And not every video has to pay back for me. If some lose money based on my time and expenses, that's okay. There's a baseline income, and some other videos will just way exceed what I expected them to make. If I hover on a video in the content tab, there are more links where I can access the details for each one. This is where the basic parts of the post can be edited, like the title, thumbnail, and description. Then there's the analytics tab, which is super interesting. There's a high-level overview here at the start, but you can dive a lot deeper on the next tabs. Reach shows the number of impressions on YouTube, the click-through rate and views, as well as where the views came from and what other content drove traffic to the video. As you can see, very few views came from the new video notifications that pop up on your phone. Conventional YouTuber wisdom says that it's important to ask people to like, share, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, comment. Erin and I hugely appreciate when you guys do any of these things, but I don't think most people want to be nagged to do it in every video. I know I don't like it, so we don't ask. If I don't compel you to do those things on your own, then I just didn't do a good enough job. And of the 5,200 people who did hit the bell and got the notification for this video, that only equated to 109 views. So is it really worth hassling your audience to hit the bell? Xander never asks either, and look what his channel is doing now. He just crossed 1 million subs, actually soaring past it. He's at 1.1 a month later, although it's probably because he's so pathetic and people just sub out of pity. Next there's the engagement tab where you can see how long people watched as well as where they dropped off. The start of the video is always going to have a huge drop off from people who had the video autoplay after their video ended but didn't want it, or people who did click but quickly decide they don't like the content. But here's the secret sauce to this channel, the reason I'm able to do this full time with no sponsors: average view duration, or AVD. The AVD on the trip with Xander was 53 minutes, and this is common on my longer videos. YouTube likes when content keeps people on the platform longer, of course. The longer people are on YouTube, the more ad revenue YouTube can make. There are channels out there much bigger than ours, like potentially millions and millions of subs, and they could make way less on ad revenue than we do because their content is short and therefore their AVD is short. But I also don't make the videos long just to game the system. Each single day of my trips end up being about 10, maybe 12 minutes in the final edit. But the videos end up being long because the trips are long. And the long trips are what I'm really passionate about doing. And if you're wondering about that side specifically of being a YouTuber and filming camping trips, I covered filming and editing in episode 2. This is a 4-part series. Short videos can be great. I think most of us want some mixture of content lengths in our lives to fit, whether we're eating or it's Friday night and we want to sit down and have some drinks. But short videos are just not as good at letting you escape in the content, which is what I'm trying to facilitate. I'm not saying I do, but it's what I'm trying to do. I've been that person, stuffed in a cubicle, doing a stressful job in a polluted, congested city, and in those times I wanted to escape, and that's what I want to provide with the content on this channel. I just think longer content is much better at doing that. The audience tab in YouTube Studio is really fun, because this is where you can see viewer demographics. As usual, the biggest viewership on that video with Xander came from the US, followed by Canada, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. And I can expand this to see the full list, which usually looks similar to this. Got to keep this moving, so hit pause if you want a longer look at any of these screens. This tab also shows the ages and genders of viewers and whether they're subscribed or not. About 88% were not subbed in this case, but a ratio like that is actually common on a video with higher views because it's attracting new people who aren't subbed yet. But they will be. Most viewers of this channel are male, although these days closer to 20% of viewers are female. Thanks, ladies. And the ladies tend to disproportionately comment, I would say, and they're very nice. The age ranges for this video are pretty representative of the channel, and a bit more than half of the people watching are between 25 and 44 years old. Making a living on YouTube can be amazing. I mean, that's the dream job for most kids these days. But it's only amazing if you love what you're doing, and that's why a lot of people end up not loving it, because they turn it into something they don't love anymore. It also feels pretty sketchy sometimes, and I have this terrible feeling like this could all dry up, like MySpace, for instance, or the way Facebook is going in 5 to 10 years, and this could all be gone. And that could very well happen. I know it seems unthinkable right now because YouTube is so mainstream, but tech changes fast. Even if YouTube does make it long term, YouTubers often don't. And who knows if I will. Sometimes they burn out. They lose passion. They have changes in their lives, like having children, or they're replaced by new content creators who are putting up better stuff. And the lack of views can just totally demoralize a YouTuber, especially if they had higher views before and it goes down. Like, I've been subject to that many times, and there are tons of times when I feel down about it. I'll talk about those highs and lows in the next break, but for now let's get back to some tripping. Initially, this next 8-day trip was one of those videos that I poured myself into and it fell flat. But over the 3 years since, it's built up a nice number of views, and I think it was a pretty special trip. A good forecast had shaped up late in the season, and I jumped on it. I knew this would be the last decent canoe trip for the year, so it had to be a good one. I was heading for a place that had caught my eye on maps many times in Ontario's far north, the Agoki. I got to the launch around noon today and put a 20-kilometer dent into the trip, which is a good start for a half day. And it already feels pretty remote here. It feels pretty wild. It's really just scratching the surface. I'm on the small island on Berger Lake, but what's to come is really a lot more wild. Once I start putting rapids behind me, I think I'll be into some water that doesn't get seen too often. And I'm eager to do that, to get into that wild area. So I'm going to cook up dinner and hit the hay to wake up really early at first light and get a good start for tomorrow. On the water at first light, off to a good start today. I'm through Berger Lake and back on the Capeticonga River, and here's a look at the map. I've got a bunch of maps for this trip. Here's an overview. Got New York, Montreal, Toronto, and this route is way up here, well north of Lake Superior and Lake Nipigon. And then as a more zoomed in overview, I started there. Yesterday I paddled to here, to Berger Lake. Today I'll be continuing down the Capeticonga River, where I'll be going for a while, down to Capeticonga Lake. Here is where there's that nearly 2-kilometer bushwhacker portage over to the Agoki River system, Agoki Lake, and then upstream on the Agoki and then Otter Tail rivers, back to the road and back to my car. So, got a long way to go. I'm looking forward to it though. Information on this route is pretty limited. I've got these maps, section maps from Rob Haslam, which will take me to Capeticonga Lake with pretty good information. And then from there, there's a lot less. Connecting via that portage is really unknown. And the Agoki River, I got a bit of information from Andy Runcold in the States. If that portage fails, I have a completely different route in this map set, and then there's another route off of that. So there are options if this fails. I was actually on the Cap River 2 years ago on the Marshall Lake Loop, and it had such an incredible trip. Saw big moose, bear, big pike, and amazing walleye fishing. So this is a similar but even more remote trip, so I'm quite excited for what's to come. Covered about 20 kilometers this morning, and the first rapid is just around the corner. I've got to look at it already. It looks pretty small and tame, so should be no problem to run it, I hope. I'm just going to go up there and scout it first. Yeah, had a quick look, and it's very straightforward. The next portage on the map is a 900 meter, which Rob says is a must use, and it's tempting to like go down a rabbit hole. It looks runnable here, this first set, but apparently the rest of it is a bit of a canoe killer. So luckily I just saw that sign through this brush here and it caught my eye, so I'm gonna check it out. Looks pretty decent, better than I expected so far, so I'll use that happily if it's in decent shape.
onto the trail with a full belly, and so far so good. Just like it's encroaching. Of course, everything grows in, it reaches for sunlight, but no major deadfall yet. So this isn't the 900 meter portage that I thought it was. This one's like 165 or so, and it's not quite jiving up with my map, so gonna be some figuring out of things. Found what I'm sure is gonna be the 900 meter portage, even a sign down there. Anyway, here we are. Should be all good. Trail's pretty overgrown, but certainly usable. And there's an old trapper's cabin here. That's cool. Massive spruce here. Almost there with the last load. Be glad to get back to the end. The rapid goes like this for quite a ways. It'll be a really tough run. Through the 900 meter portage, which was actually 800 from the real start point. Feels good to have that one done though. On to the next rapid. There's no portage marked on the map around it, so I'm assuming it's runnable. And from my scout, it looks pretty good, so. Yep, all good, beautiful. And a campsite should be getting pretty close now, which is perfect timing because I'm actually pretty spent. Surprising. Hasn't been that long of a day, but feeling it. Here's camp for the night. I would barely know it's a campsite, if not for the cut logs, but I don't even see a fire pit. But some signs of use, and it'll do for the night for sure. Beautiful night to be in the woods here. Very nice temperature. Sun filtering through. There are some bugs. This warmth has brought back some October mosquitoes and black flies, but nothing to worry about really. The good thing about losing daylight hours is it kind of forces you to rest. Just had an amazing 10-hour sleep in the drommer. Just incredibly comfortable. Slept like a baby angel. Nice calm morning here. Brewing a pot of coffee since I have some time. Yesterday I packed up and started in the dark. I can't do that today unless I want to run rapids in the dark, which obviously I don't. That would be really scary. So, taking my time here, just waiting for the sun to come up. Hello, Mr. Squirrel. Morning. Oh, Mrs. Squirrel. Sorry. It's 9:15, so I guess I took it a little too slow this morning. Lots of light though for running these rapids. Got the dry suit on in case I go for any unintentional swims, or just for wading. I'll probably have to wade lots of rapids, and this way my clothes stay dry, which is really nice. And I've got a fairly ambitious target today to get to Captaconga Lake, which is not a huge distance, but just a lot of rapids with unknowns, you know, like can I run them? Do I have to portage?
that makes a massive difference in terms of the timeline. This is a tough one to scout. Both shorelines are really overgrown, but it looks clean down the left side. There's a blind corner after that, but there's nice eddy down there, so worst case I'll eddy out and see what's going on. Plus, I'm pretty certain Rob would have noted it if it was a really gnarly one, so here it goes. Try to take it nice and slow, considering it hasn't been scouted, but it looks really nice so far. Yep. Very nice. Really nothing to avoid, except at the end here it turns up, but it should be good. Standing wave. Yeah. All right. Sweet. Good start. Eddy out here, see what's around the corner. I think that's pretty much it. Yep. Carry on my way. Beautiful. Okay. So far so good here. Yep. Okay. All good. Looks like another clean run. Standing waves at the bottom. I'll just scoot off to the side of them. Since there's not much rocker in this boat, again, just trying to get on the outside of these standing waves. And get away from that big rock there. Wider than I thought. This one sounds a little beefier and goes around the blind corner with looks like no eddy to check it out down there. So I'm gonna scout this one. Rob said he ran it. The other party with him, they lined around the sides. So just gonna give it a look here before I get too cocky. Looks good here coming around the corner, but it still continues on a little ways. I'm gonna go farther up and check that out. I'm going for it. Here we go. I don't have a defined line. I'll just be reading it as I go down. I just know a couple of things that I have to avoid. Shoot. All right. Just went over that rock. Just cleared it, but I didn't see it. All good. For now. Okay. I have to get to the right here. There's a big rock. Another one. Oh boy. This looks like chaos down here. Okay. Get over to the left channel here, the right. There's not much water. Oh, that one caught me over the gunnel. Lots of water coming over the gunnels. I'm close to the end and I can dump it all out. All right, here we go. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yeah! Woo! Oh yeah! That was awesome. Oh. All right, almost done bailing, and I wanted to challenge myself on this trip, and that's exactly what I had in mind.
Just pushing my limits a little bit with whitewater each time I get a chance. It's the only way I'll improve. It's a little scary sometimes, but especially when you're alone in a very remote place, no one's gonna come by and help me here. I do have the SOS button on the Zoleo, so I have that peace of mind, but sometimes you don't have much time. Yeah, a great run. A little bigger than I thought from the top. Beauty. Plowing through this. Should be no problem to get to Cap Lake for tonight. And then I can start inspecting that nearly 2 kilometer portage, which is probably the biggest wild card for this trip. At the next portage, which surprisingly is signed. I don't know if Rob and his group brought through signage, but up here, I certainly don't expect to see any signs. Another very usable trail, some blazes, some flags. They're all growing in a little bit, but they're all very usable. It's a lot better than I expected. Oh, slippery rock. Oh my. Oh yeah. That portage brought me to the end of that rapid. Now back right into another one. Took the dry suit off just 'cause it's too hot in the sun, especially clearing portages. Beautiful. There's some big beautiful marshes off the river. Sometimes I just stick my nose in looking for moose or caribou. Woodland caribou are also possible up here. If you've never been to the north, you might wonder what these yellow trees are. They look like spruce that are dying or something. They're just tamarack. Tamarack are conifers. They produce cones, but they're deciduous, and they drop their needles in the fall and turn beautiful yellow, sometimes referred to as the golden encore of fall colors. We don't get the red maples and all that up here in the boreal forests. There just aren't those hardwoods. But we get the tamaracks, and they are spectacular. Into Tennant Lake, and it's stunning. Most of us live in such populated places, even small towns, like you never really feel alone. And there's such a beauty to this feeling of aloneness out here. I kind of love it. Need it in doses. There were times in my life when I thought I could just live out here forever, just see my family now and then. But no, I've learned that's not the case. You do need, at least I do need people sometimes. But it's beautiful to be out here alone. Second cast here, just another small pike. I haven't even bothered filming them so far on this trip because I figured there'd be better, but surprisingly tough bite on the rapids. I figure the fish, they must have flushed out into the lakes and now they're residing more in the deeper water. My hopes are still high for the fishing on this trip though. I think the Yoki is going to be pretty interesting, so lots of time left. On Rob's map, Tennant Lake has this old outfitter's camp here labeled, and I figured old meant like dilapidated, no longer in service, but much to my surprise there was another boat there. A couple nice guys from Ottawa. Moose hunting. It's kind of like, I love the solitude, but it's nice to see someone and have a chat at the same time. hoping to make this little island home for tonight. Found just enough space on this island to get the hammock up, which is great because it's getting to that time of day where if it didn't work out, suddenly it's getting dark and I haven't found camp yet. So I'm happy about that. The portage, that 2-kilometer portage, hopefully is just over there. I'm hoping there'll be something for me to build on tomorrow. And I'm gonna set up back in there. I was pretty close to leaving this island because of how thick the trees are. But I'm really glad something worked out here because this is pretty sweet. Getting maps ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day where I find out if this route's possible, or if this 2 kilometers is a complete rat's nest. One person alone without power tools is just too much of a job. I know that from experience. If that's the case, I continue down the cap and on onto a different route. I'm excited to find out.
Got all my firewood prepped last night. Just so nice to have that in the morning. Cool morning. Speed up your schedule. Got a big pot of rotini this morning with rehydrated pasta sauce and veggies and lots of cheese. Fueling up for this portage. I'm excited to get there and see if this is viable. I really hope so. Another dreamy morning, and the weather's just been too good to be true so far, and it is about to change. Tonight's supposed to turn to rain, and then the next 4 days the weather icon on my SATCOM device shows rain, 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 rain. So that's more to be expected in October, so I'm not complaining. I had an amazing downstream adventure on the cap. Really enjoyed the whitewater. It was exactly what I had hoped for. And the rest of the way, I'm going into the wind instead of with it, upstream. Oh, fish on, I think. Assuming so. Can't be snagged out here yet. But yeah, into the wind, upstream, and with rainy weather. So things are about to change. Small pike. Ah, perfect. Coming into the bay where this portage is, or was supposed to be at some point. Don't see anything yet. Just looking for a bit of a hole in the bush, cut log, an old flag, but it's not promising. I'm gonna get out on land here, bring my saw, and hopefully intersect the trail. Not looking good so far. This is the kind of forest that there's no way I can clear on my own. I'm gonna have to find the trail. Just came through that thick stuff into this more clear area. This gives me hope. Look at this. Look at this. This is why I fully scout before I even think about starting to clear anything. Oh, yes! Oh, this is amazing. I'm thrilled. This looks good. Looks like a legitimate trail. Not a ton of use, but enough.
Amazing. Yes. Beautiful in here. Lots of Labrador tea. And these big bunches of berries are mountain ash. They ferment, and then they stay on the branch all winter. And then the spring and late winter, the birds can get quite buzzed off of them. I had pretty much lost hope for finding a trail. I was zigzagging all around the bush for a good half hour. I hadn't found a thing, so I was committed to just bushwhacking through here. I was just gonna bulldoze, and I couldn't be happier that I don't have to. Some pretty fresh wolf scat. Very fresh. Still looks like soft, yeah. Ooh. Well. So I took out over there, and I paddled right past this, but it doesn't look like much. As I walk over that wolf poop again, I just looked back. I had this feeling like something was coming behind me. Nothing there. As I turned my head back, the scariest creature in the woods, the ruffed grouse, a little bird, chicken of the forest. When it takes off, its wings beat like thunder. My heart's pounding from a little bird. Here's one. Yes. Felt that. 1.7 kilometers, 1.75 kilometers. Here, the first load, another 1.75 kilometers to get back to the second load, and repeat over 3 miles total distance into this small lake. And I still need to get to the next lake, Caedon Lake, which connects to Agoki Lake, but I'm not really sure how to do that yet, but the worst of it should be over. So on Rob's map, here's Cap Lake. He had this pink line kind of indicating where a portage would be, a hypothetical portage, into this lake. And now I'm here and I need to get up to Caedon Lake here, and then Agoki is up here on the next map. There's a little creek that flows into Caedon, and I'm hoping that that is going to take me through. If not, there's a trail to this lake, so there's got to be a trail through. But a navigable creek would be very ideal. Just paddling down to the other end of the lake, to that creek, scanning the shoreline for any sign of a trail, but again, haven't seen anything. So fingers crossed for the creek. Seems to be the end of the road. Well, I guess I'm just gonna walk along the wetland. Hopefully it's all solid. It's another kilometer to Caedon Lake. The ground is solid, so that's a win. And obviously it's wide open, so it'll be an easy walk. I could even, line the canoe along the creek, but honestly it might take, I don't know, I might try that. Yeah, I think I will. Sometimes these little crooks in the creek make it so the canoe is too long to get through straight. But just lift the light end around. It's going pretty well. So that creek converges with another one, which flows into Caledon. And there's enough water to paddle now. About 400 meters left to the lake, and that'll be a watershed moment for this trip. Quite literally. Black flies are surprisingly strong. You might be able to see it. There it is. Caledon Lake on the Ogoki River system. Made it. So I just came in down there, and then this whole section down here is Caledon Lake, and then that's all Ogoki Lake and the Ogoki River. So see how far I get today. It's definitely graying up, and I'm pretty tired already, so yeah, I'll just try and set up before it starts raining. That'll be my cutoff today. Oh, pretty decent walleye. Yeah. This walleye. Not bad at all. Thanks, buddy. I do want to keep one soon, but not that one. When I'm low energy like this, it feels like so much work. Yeah, and if I knew there was a good campsite coming up, I'd be more inclined to keep that, but from this point on, I have very little information. No information about campsites, so yeah, I have no idea where I'm sleeping. Oh, fish on! Wow. Good spot. Just cast it out again. Small pike. Well, I guess I'm having my fish dinner because this pike took the hook badly. To release it, it probably wouldn't survive. Just grabbed a rock from the bottom here. I've drifted up shallow. Put him out of his misery immediately. Thank you. He took the lure quite deep. Yeah, he was hooked down in the gills. I could see blood coming out of him, so that's never a good sign. I really don't want to cook this thing in the rain, so while I have the chance, and because there's so much dry wood here, just pulled up on this rock. I'll cook it up quickly. It's gonna be good. Here's the back strap. It's a nice piece. To season this fish, I've got some wild grasses and flowers. Just kidding. I've got batter. Now, I'm happy that I was forced to keep that pike. Okay, handful of meat. And it's gonna be good. Oh yeah. Oops. Ample seasoning, high heat, golden brown fish. Beautiful. That's good. Started spitting, so I scrambled to get everything packed up. That was delicious, and I'm having some dehydrated pineapple slices. These are our favorite for dessert. Just what the doctor ordered. Got that done in record time. This rain's starting up, and I'm looking for camp. First nice spot, really nice spot. I still have several hours of daylight, so there's no huge rush, but sooner the better. This incoming front has certainly turned on the fish. Another nice walleye. Well, quick show. Whoop! Oh. Coming out of Caledon Lake and just about to come into Ogoki Lake. The Ogoki River runs right through it. I don't know if you can see this, but there's actually quite a lot of current here. Bit of a treadmill. Wow. It's a big lake. Yeah, this is more like it. Hopefully home for the night. Just got the tarp up right away. Never know when this rain's gonna start dumping. And I've got just an incredibly beautiful spot here. It's like ancient looking spruce forest grove. And an incredible view. I'm on an island right in the middle of Ogoki Lake. Getting a bunch of sticks prepped for the stick stove for tonight and probably tomorrow morning as well. Got a nice flat rock for the stick stove. This gets so hot, especially after it's been burning for a while, that it can burn a fire down into the ground, so much safer this way. A little comfort food, a couple of calzones. I was gonna put on a pot of tea. Maybe I will. I'll see how I feel. I'll put it on, but I'm so tired I really just want to go to bed. That portage took a lot out of me apparently. But a great day. Got the fishing back on track a little bit. Found that portage. It was usable. Got through to the Ogoki system. It was a great day. Yet again, 4 days, and I couldn't have asked for better result, better luck.
Got a pot of coffee going there. Looks like the rain came overnight, which is awesome.
All packed up in here and ready for the Ogoki River. It's not too far away. It's a dreary morning, but eerily beautiful too. So I camped there on this island in the middle of Ogoki Lake last night, and I'm on my way to this delta at the outlet of the Ogoki River. Dead calm. Look at this. Mosquitoes, black flies, and mayflies. Poor little guy was swimming in the water. Looked like he was trying to make his way to my boat to get rescued. I couldn't help but pick him up. What say you? Small pike. One sec, buddy. Thank you. Thanks for the bite. Oh my goodness. Hundreds here. Yeah, there must have been 200 geese, Canadian geese, that just flew off. Here in the delta, there's this huge marsh where the river, Ogoki River, meets the lake. I'm just about to start into the river. Another old trapper's cabin here at the delta. This one was pretty well equipped at some point. Appliances. Roof's going in. Broken down sled in the back. And a junkyard. chunky. It's got a nice belly on it. Oh! Sorry, not much of a look. Try to hold them gently for release. That's why they flop out of my hands. 2 casts later. Oh, another pretty nice walleye. Good walleye fishery in here. Yeah, a little better than the last. Pretty nice walleye. Thanks, buddy. Amazing action here. Again, feels solid. Yeah, another 2-pound walleye. Just gonna release it right here. Thanks, buddy. Another walleye. Another nice one. Really chunky. Oh, this would be good eating. Alright, well, we'll keep a fish or 2 more on this trip, but I can't stop every time. Just don't have the time. Gotta keep moving. Thank you. This could be the best walleye hole I've ever experienced. Just non-stop. Meaty walleye. Another guy. Look at that. That's a nice chunky walleye. Thanks for the bite. One more cast to this hole, and then I gotta move on. Well, I didn't get anything on that last cast, to be honest, but then there were a couple more last casts after that. Just another nice walleye. Look at that. That might be the chunkiest one yet. Get in the net. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, moving on. It's hard to leave, but there are going to be a lot of pools on this river. And I've got about 85 kilometers to go upstream, so there'll be a lot more. Just enjoy each one a little bit. Like there'll be a lot of treadmills like that going upstream. Finally found a good spot to have lunch here on some exposed rock. The shoreline's been pretty mucky and full of shrubs and dogwood, not too easy to access. And everything's still really damp from the rain, but gonna get a nice warm fire going and put on a pot of chili. Feels pretty remote here. It is remote, but this is pretty far north, big river, and I'm hopeful that there are going to be some animals walking along it. Animals use rivers like corridors, and this one's quite nice for walking along if you're a moose, let's say, so keeping my eyes open. Hello? Yeah, another dilapidated cabin. This one's got a pretty creepy vibe, I gotta say. Stovepipe looks new, but the roof is out. Yeah, I don't even want to go in, honestly. It's got a vibe. Hello? Please don't be something creepy. Okay, cool. Wow. Locked. There's a door over here. Wow. It smells like a crypt in here. It is creepy. Look at that, there's mold and moss growing on the floor. Yeah, it smells like death in here. It smells kind of like a funeral home. I'm getting out of here. Call me a wuss if you want. That place had a Blair Witch vibe to it. He's getting wet. Even though I have my dry pants on, it's still nice to keep things as dry as possible. Oh, you found some. Go on. Doesn't like those ones. Alright, buddy. Well, I gotta go. Yeah, this is a world-class walleye fishery. Thanks, buddy. Sun's busting through. What a treat. It's getting close to dinner and I'm looking for camp. There's a big section of about Andy says 5 kilometers of tough walking with current and drop, lots of lining and wading. So I'd like to start that tomorrow. It's too late in the day to get into that now. And there aren't a lot of camping opportunities here, so I'll be keeping my eye out and picking the next nice thing that comes along. Pulling up to what I hope is camp. Had to be a couple dozen fish since this morning. Not too much bigger than the rest. Thanks, buddy. It's getting super dark ahead. Hope I can get camp up before it starts raining. Here's home for tonight, with just a little daylight to spare, which is always nice. Thought I might be cooking in the dark. Big pot of veggie curry. It's nice doing veggie dehydrated meals because that's what you can't get out here. Vegetables, meat. There's fresh meat from an unlimited supply here. Crazy good fishing today, just as I hoped on the Agoki. Looking forward to the rest. A lot of sticks snapping in the woods behind me. Nothing big. It's probably just the beaver that I'm camped like right beside. Beavers are nocturnal, so I'm sure that's what it is. Sean. One of the nicer walleyes so far. Well, there he goes. Another one just a minute later. And another meaty walleye. Fishing in the dark like this is kind of cool. Well, first light anyway. The water's so dark you can't see the fish until the last second, so it's kind of exciting. I might have to stop fishing if I want to get anywhere. Another walleye, like carbon copy of most of the others. There you go, it's perfect. Okay. It's hard to not fish with the thought that there could be just some absolute giants in here. And I might never be back here, you know? It's hard not to take the chance. Two casts, 2 fish. Just look at the gut on that fish. It's funny. About to start lining or wading these rapids. Small rapid, easy to walk up, easy to line. It's pretty bony, so I think I'll actually wade it, get in the water. With my dry suit on here, just easier to maneuver around all the rocks. This thing got up all the way, so I better not go over my waist. Then it would be a wetsuit.
Just clawing for every inch. Oh, I can't make it over this section here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait that one. Oh. There's a huge black bear up the river. Hopefully, he might not even be aware of me yet. I hope if he becomes aware of me, he leaves. Beautiful to see though. Hey there! Just sleuthing down the river. Looks like a pretty sizable one from here. I've never had a bear incident, but it's a first for everything. Yes, okay. That's the way. Seems like it's going. Feels like there's a lot going on here now. Trying to paddle and wade up these, looking for the bear. Nothing should happen with the bear, but you have to respect the possibility. Finally through the first set of rapids, threw my line in again. And by first set, I mean probably several kilometers. It took a long time. Yeah, this is probably the nicest so far, walleye. Meaty. Hooks out. Look at that. Nice fish. Thanks, buddy. Can't imagine how many fish I walked over in the rapids there, but I gotta make progress. I'm already feeling like I'm behind. I thought this would take me 8 days. Now I think it'll for sure take me 9. Maybe more. Not making anywhere near the progress that I hoped, but doing my best. Another very wet fire. Just fueled up with some burritos for the rest of this section, and might be kind of a dinner too. It's supposed to be potentially a storm tonight, this evening, so I might not be able to cook. It might just not be worth cooking. Probably rather get in the hammock at that point and have a Cliff Bar or something. Gonna be tired at the end of this one. Slow going. Another eagle. So I camped around there and just came up this stretch here, and that was quite nasty. On the topo there are no rapids marked, but then up here, huge cluster of rapids, 2 of them, around Moose Jaw Lake, Andy told me it's locally called. So I wonder what those are going to be like. If nothing there even warranted being marked as a rapid on the topo, next ones might be rough. Just heard the first thunder. It started raining but stopped quickly, so I hope I get a bit more time. What's this? Oh, another nice walleye. Look at that. Beautiful fish. Thank you. Just got dark and really calm. So I think the storm is almost here.
I was trying to find somewhere before this hit, and everything I've looked at is just too bushy. Couldn't even get a tarp up. It's too thick. Pretty cool spot here. Unique. There's a big like wetland out there in the middle of the river. Some moose or caribou tracks here. I'll get up in these spruce woods there. Always a good feeling to be saddled up in the hammock under the tarp, especially after today. That was the hardest day for sure. Getting up the river, up the current, paddling like a madman, or wading and hauling the canoe. But still a good one. Got to see that bear, that was awesome. And now I'm dry. If I had stopped 30 minutes sooner, I was thinking about it, but I got too picky with my campsite, so set up in the rain, but not too bad. All good now.
Well, that storm blew over just before sunset. Now there's a rainbow and this incredible scene. Storm was pretty hard last night. A lot of rain, heavy thunder and lightning. But again, it came overnight. But it is the dampness is creeping into my kit. Everything is starting to feel a little damp after 3 nights of rain. Tonight might stay dry, and that would give everything a chance to dry out. And the daylight hours are so short that I don't really have time to dry things during the day. I'd have to stop really early, so hopefully I can dry out at some point. Here's a trivia fact. Did you know that black flies are susceptible to STIs? They're particularly vulnerable to the clap. That's the first of those quote-unquote big rapids on the Topo map, and it's like probably less than what I went through yesterday, which had no marking on the Topo map. So maybe at high water this is raging, and at high water it washes everything out down there. It's possible. But anyway, this should make things a lot easier than I expected. Quite a pull there. The Agoki. The bounty of the Agoki. Tons of fish. Big bear yesterday, and cow and calf. That was fantastic. Got a nice long view of them. Good start to today. They were amongst this huge boulder field here, and at first I thought I was seeing things. I was just thinking there, it'd be funny to see a moose in Moose Jaw Lake, which is this local unofficial name for this body of water between the two rapids, apparently, according to Andy. And yeah, they popped up right there. Eagle flying off here too. What a spot. And the rapid ahead, the second one, is very bony. Should be easy to wade up, make up lost time from yesterday. Yesterday was much harder than anticipated. Today looks much easier. Next stop is Amy Falls. Been paddling for a little while. It's been smooth sailing. Aside from this pretty stiff wind in my face, but at least it's flat water again. No wading, no treadmill paddling. It's been a grind to get through this headwind, but I'm just about at Amy Falls. I really have no idea what it looks like. Never watched a video of it, seen a picture, read a description or anything. Beautiful falls. Nice trail to get around it. Easy. 450 meters roughly, but very flat, well maintained. And this gorgeous sight. The hard part was getting to here to see the falls actually. Quite a bushwhack. Beautiful falls. It's almost dinner, so I'm going to try and find camp soon.
$7 a.m., day 8. Been up for 2 hours. I'm packed up. I've eaten, putting on a second pot of coffee here to await some daylight, and it's starting to rain on me. Hoping to put in a big day today. Finally a little bit of light here. I've got coffee to go. Can still hear the falls, and I think I've got about 40 kilometers left on this trip, and I'm hoping to knock off at least 25 of that today. So tomorrow I'm on the Ottertail River, and I think it's smooth sailing from what I heard, but I really don't know, so I'd like to get to it sooner than later. A good 20 kilometers of paddling today has brought me to the mouth of the Ottertail River here. Patrolled the entire way, and this was the first bite. Crazy. And it is a small pike, I think. Yeah, it's pretty wild. No bites after such incredible action. So this is the end of my experience on the Agoki. And now, onto the Ottertail, which I'm told is navigable. Yeah, hopefully that's the case, because if not, it's going to be a long trip. Thank you. So it started here. Did this whole loop up to here. Now I need to come down the Otter Tail. This is the access road here where I need to walk 5 kilometers back to my car tomorrow. And yeah, so here's the Agoki and the Otter Tail. It turns into just a blue line instead of a polygon, which can be navigable sometimes, sometimes not. So I was told it is. I hope they're right. Lots of small pike in the Otter Tail River here, and I am plowing my way through this section. It must have been that extra coffee I had, but I might be able to get out tonight, which, you know, as opposed to leaving tomorrow morning, just makes sense. So, not that I'm in a rush to leave. It's beautiful, but in a sense, being here just to sleep. Beautiful paddle down the Otter Tail. It's hard to believe this trip's coming to an end so suddenly, and then that's kind of the end of the paddling season. In terms of big trips, this will be, I think, the last one. Those will be frozen up in a few weeks. It'll start free icing over, and that'll be it. I was hoping for a challenge on this trip, and it was kind of the perfect line between challenge and enjoyment. The rapids going down the cap were perfect, very enjoyable. Crossing the watersheds was a challenge, but it worked out great. And then coming up the Agoki was the most challenging part, really. Up those rapids, it was pretty tough, but that was the most rewarding section of all. Incredible fishing, the bear, and then the 2 moose together, so. Amazing trip and cap to the season. Well, that's it. All that's left is the walk back to my car. Back to the bridge over the cap where I started. Car is where I left it. That's always good to see. And here is my #1 camping tip. Survival tip, really. At the end of a trip, always leave yourself a bag of chips in the car.
It was a memorable paddle on the cap and Agoki, and it was indeed the last big trip of the season. But the canoe wasn't going into the garage quite yet. At home, it was back to YouTubing. Anyone who's ever posted on YouTube knows that the results can be incredibly disappointing. It can make you lose faith in the platform, or even yourself. You can put your heart and soul into something, and it tanks, or you get trashed in the comments. All 4 episodes of this series took me at least 4 months to make. 3 of those months being in 2023 when I blew up my knee and I was housebound. So during those months I poured myself into these series. It was just my sense of purpose. So they're pretty personal, and I did feel anxious about sharing it, especially the first episode. Actually, anxious is an understatement. I was worried the whole thing was going to flop completely. Maybe if you've watched the channel for 3 years and you saw these trips when they were originally posted, maybe you don't want to watch them again. Maybe the intermissions are boring, or maybe I just did a bad job of putting it all together. Thankfully, I was only partly right. The first episode where I shared my backstory of how I got to become a full-time YouTuber was one of the most successful posts on this channel ever, and it is the highest ad revenue earner ever in the 6 months that it's been up, 6-7 months. On the flip side, the second episode where I talked about the filming and editing alongside my summer trips was one of the biggest flops on the channel. That was one of those videos that brought up those feelings of irrelevance and rejection. In hindsight, it's so easy to see why a very human story was so relatable in the first episode, and in the second episode, talking about video production, it wasn't. But I still put a similar amount of effort into both of them, and when episode 2 got 3% of the views of episode 1, I felt like I had really failed. I made a critical mistake of assuming there'd be inherent interest after the views on the first one, and I rushed it out during the start of my busy tripping season this year. In a hyper-competitive platform, like YouTube is so competitive these days, it's difficult to break through. I can never assume your interest and attention. I have to earn it with every post. That's part of the reason why this episode is coming 6 months after the second episode. I was busy with trips, but I also just didn't want to rush it out and blow it again. However, my expectations are still super low for this episode because I know it can't compete with the first one, and it's really not that much different from the second one. Being a YouTuber is probably a more interesting story than the filming and editing, so we'll see. But that example also speaks to the perils of episodic content. When I post a really long video, like our 22-day trips we've done the last 2 seasons, some of you tell me, John, you gotta split it up into multiple episodes. You'll get more views, make more money, and all that. Exact opposite. Shorter episodic content performs far worse for us than long single-part videos. An episode 2 of a series will inherently limit the audience because people who didn't watch episode 1 are less likely to click, and that effect is even worse as the series goes on. 3 onward, the deeper the episode that number, the less someone's likely to click because they probably haven't caught up on them all. For instance, Erin and I did a 14-day trip in Quetico in 2020 and originally posted it as a 5-part series. And over the 4 years since, the first one has 88k views, and the last one has 55k. Not a colossal drop-off, but still significant. You might notice that episode 2 has 216,000 views, which goes against my point here, but the reason is simple. The original thumbnail was of Erin and I in a waterfall, and there was a bit of cleavage, and it's bloody annoying how effective that tactic is on social media, and that's why it's just littered with it. For us, it was just a good shot for a thumbnail, but that's not how I want to grow the channel, so I changed it. You can see in this chart exactly where the views and click-through rate drop off when the thumbnail was changed, and I'll get into the thumbnail game shortly. But a year and a half later, I posted a boiled down single-part version, and it's racked up 1.6 million views, and made 8 times the ad revenue of all the other parts combined. But numbers aside, like I mentioned, as a viewer, I prefer to watch long-form content and binge and get lost in it. Long single part also allows you to dictate how long you want each episode to last, based on your schedule. I also know that there are many people who just won't even begin a multi-hour video, and I just have to accept that. You can't make something for everyone. While being a YouTuber comes with flops, sometimes it's the exact opposite, and I'll post something that had no investment in and it takes off. I have a video about an animal pacing around my tent, which could have been a territorial beaver for all I know, and I posted it on YouTube expecting nothing. It ended up getting hundreds of thousands of views and collecting $2,500 over 6 years for a very low lift video. No effort really. That's amazing, but also sort of salt in the wound for all those videos I put tons of effort into that just are dead. There's a fantastic Black Mirror episode called Nosedive, and it's about deriving self-worth from likes on social media. I highly recommend watching it, especially if you feel burnt out by social media. It's a great reminder of how silly it is to get too worked up about these things, and I try to remember that. But it is very gratifying at the same time when something you create is well received and even makes good money. A long format video with millions of views can be quite lucrative. But I also got to be careful about trying to land home runs solely based on what's popular. Lots of people have suggested that I do bushcraft videos, survivalism, or ASMR videos, and those silent videos where you just watch people work in nature can be massively popular because there's no language barrier, there's no speaking, and so anyone in the world can enjoy it. And it's just like, it's peaceful to watch someone work. Not for me, I'm not personally interested in those, but I can get it. So the bottom line for me is I'm just not interested in making that, and it would turn this passion into a chore. Canoe tripping can be a pretty tough genre for views. Winter camping, like I'm doing right now, in a hot tent, can be much better, but the genre is getting very saturated these days because people see that you can get views there, so it attracts people who are view hunting, But the effort required to camp and film, especially in winter, is so much tougher. Erin and I also hope to get into overnight sailing trips in the near future, and I'm really excited to make that content and film those trips. But aside from that, there's not really any other genres of content that I want to pursue. Just wouldn't have the passion. At the same time, if my videos are struggling and I'm looking around YouTube at all these crazy views on certain formats and genres, of course it's natural to want those results for myself and to maybe even emulate it. But it's funny how we can get caught up chasing a vision that's not even our own when we chase success. And I did that in my first career, and I'm dead set on not falling into that trap again. However, the catch to that philosophy is knowing that I'm permanently handcuffing the channel. Making what I want to make, the way I want to make it, is always going to limit me on YouTube, and it's going to mean there are going to be flops. So it's a double-edged sword of self-expression versus mass appeal sometimes. Another challenge with YouTube is public criticism, and most of you are just like incredibly lovely and kind. But the critics out there can be pretty nasty, especially behind a keyboard where they feel liberated to be as rude as they want. And especially on YouTube, actually, because most people have no profile attached to their account, right? You click through to their channel and there's nothing there because most people don't make content, as opposed to people who comment on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. They usually have a profile. Even if only a small fraction of our comments come from haters, trolls, or just generally rude or toxic people, that can still mean having to deal with that negative energy numerous times every day. You could be out grocery shopping and you see a notification on your phone and oh, someone just crapped on me. Or you're having dinner or going to bed and suddenly you're all wound up because of something someone said. As a YouTuber, you gotta deal with being judged, insulted, called a liar on a very regular basis. And even when you have success here and the video gets traction, the negative feedback increases exponentially on viral content. These videos can get really nasty comments and literally thousands of thumbs down. I don't know how to describe that effect, but maybe people see someone succeeding and there's either jealousy there or or like a bullying effect, and they want to take them down a peg or two or three and just make them feel small. And it works pretty often. And when you're just posting a simple camping video, it's like, what did I do? And especially at times like this when I'm struggling to get traction on YouTube, my social media self-esteem can be very low, especially when I look around the internet and I see people getting millions of followers overnight or in a week just from posting themselves vlogging and they're really good looking or something like that. Or someone clips their content on TikTok and it goes viral. To know the amount of effort I put in to get the channel to this point, there's just a feeling of being irrelevant when you see stuff like that. But there's that great saying, comparison is the thief of joy, and most of the time I'm thinking how insanely lucky I am. But despite that, being a YouTuber can be a real mental health battle, so those of you who take the time to write a comment, constructive feedback, or a thumbs up, you really are important to keeping the channel going. Another part of being a YouTuber that can be tough is the title and thumbnail game. You can make the best video ever, but if the title and the thumbnail suck, then no one's going to click and they'll never know. I hate to think that I could put so much into a video and destroy it just from that packaging. Click-through rate is a pretty big part of that game, meaning the number of people or the ratio of people who click the thumbnail when it's recommended to them. My average CTR is only around 3% over the last year, which is not very good, but I make up for that with average view duration. And this is another one of those things when you're looking around YouTube and feeling dejected by your own results, there's such a temptation to use clickbait, but it's a greasy business. I don't recommend it. Here's a thumbnail where I towed the line though. This lake has been illegal to fish for 3 years. Now that was true, and that's the key to towing the line. The lake I went to is stocked with aurora trout and it's managed so that it's closed for 3 years and then open for a summer. It sounds pretty boring when you put it that way, and the packaging made it sound a bit more interesting. And in this case, the video hugely exceeded expectations with almost 700,000 views in the first month for a low-lift trip, just a little short one compared to doing a week or 2 week trip that might not get a fraction of those views. And if I'd gone with my usual title or thumbnail, it could have done 1/10 of those views, or less. In the last few months, YouTube has added a feature that really helps take off the pressure of trying to pick the right thumbnail the first time. You can upload 3 at once, and it'll measure which one results in the most watch time. Usually it's just a couple percentage points between them, so it's not like some revolutionary tool, but it's nice for peace of mind, and sometimes you do get some valuable insight. I'm no social media guru, but I am doing what I love and doing it on my terms, so that's something. And to wrap up this segment, I'll just say that I think the key to being a creator on this platform and enjoying it long term is just to make something you genuinely are passionate about. Don't worry about the money or whatever other people are doing or the trends or even bad views initially. Just make what you love. It's not realistic to expect to get rich here, and I can't emphasize that enough. Even just making enough to scrape by could take many years and ultimately an amount of time and money that most people couldn't afford to invest to get the channel to that point. It's best if it starts out as a hobby where you can just have fun and get a proof of concept if you think you have something. That's where it began for me, without the thought of money. Never thought I'd be in this position, and the rest just followed. Like I mentioned, some of the upcoming trips in the fourth and final episode covering my winter trips from that first year were some of the most viewed ever on the channel. Did they deserve such success when so much great content on YouTube gets totally neglected? Not at all, but I've been on the wrong side of that too, and that's the power of the algorithm. In the next intermission, I'll get into the finances of being a YouTuber, including what some of our content makes in ad revenue. But getting back to the bush, next up was a short trip on a cherished annual tradition with my dad and the final canoe trip of the season.
Hi, good morning. It's another early morning for another trip with Jonathan. I am looking forward to this. We're going up near, it's north of Sudbury. Going to explore a couple of lakes up there, getting an early start. Wow, I don't know how he does this because he does this a lot. Wakes up really early, but I've got about a 5-hour drive. Just having a little bit of coffee first before I go. And then, here we go again.
Can't beat it. So beautiful. Just need a fish.
What is that?
A little bear.
Was it a bear?
Yes.
I thought it might have been a fisher for a second. A lot more wildlife than we expected.
So we're being a little bit cautious. We got the bear spray ready. He's just a little guy, but in a way that's a bad thing because little bears often travel with their mothers.
Bear seems to have gone away. Just doing a short portage here around this creek. All right.
Good. Beautiful. Well, another little portage. And now we've come into this new part of the creek or river that's quite flooded out, I suppose by beavers. And lots of dead trees on the banks, obviously, from that. But it's beautiful in its eerie way.
One more beaver dam, evidently.
Where do you think's best? Right in here?
Yeah, pretty much.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I can get you a certificate. What's that? I can get you a certificate.
There we go.
That's a lot of weight.
That's an efficient operation there.
Okay. There's some pretty deep holes in there.
Alright, we're into our lake and we'll be spending both nights here. Tomorrow will be a full day of fishing, muskie fishing, and that's all we're really hoping for. There are bass here too, supposed to be, but all we really want is muskie. Dad's never got one before. He turned 60 this year, the old man, and we were hoping to get him his first brook trout. He hasn't done that one either. But because of COVID, those trips, we planned one, it didn't work out, then the weather was horrible, and here we are, past brook trout season, switched it up to muskie. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to get some great fish in here. I feel confident about it, and I want to catch them. So, come on, let's have some.
Found a beautiful spot here, kind of central to the lake. Amazing view, all directions down that bay there. Nice water access. Fire pit needs a bit of work, rebuilding and some junk in it, but it's a nice one.
Alright, so because our portages were pretty short on this trip, we're all done. We brought some beers. We've got Wayne Gretzky, Lager, Forgotten Lake, Blueberry Ale, Rush.
Rush.
You
Best
brought
rock
this.
band in the world, folks.
Big fan.
Yeah. They have their own beer. How can you not be even bigger fan?
Our record's red, just to round things out, and yeah, Northbound Lager. Never tried that one. So, what's your pick? What are you starting with?
I'll try your blueberry one there.
Got 2 of each, okay?
Okay.
You have a
Give
sip.
it a
If
go.
you don't like it, then I'll drink it.
All right. The fruity ones
And
I'm not generally
I'll try a rush.
a fan of. Yeah.
I'll try a rush.
It's a great lager. Cheers.
Cheers. To musky.
All right.
Mmm. Tasty.
That's not bad.
It's subtle, right?
Yeah, it is subtle
It's
enough.
not like
it's not
a fruit
fruity.
drink. It's
yeah.
No, it's really good. And it's 7.1%, so it packs a little punch.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go easy.
Alright, let's get this fire pit sorted out.
Yes.
It's a disaster. Is that a razor?
It looks like a circuit board thing.
What the heck? It's a little solar panel piece. We'll take that one home.
Take this out. How are we looking now? This is not bad. Up like
Just a little love's all I needed, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have a good long fire before we cook steaks over this. That's the real beef with messing up a fire pit.
The real beef
wanna
about cooking
yeah.
steaks. Nice.
No pun intended again.
know?
You bring it out of me. It's the dad pun effect.
That's
Yeah, who wants to cook a steak over garbage? Some sandhill cranes over there, croaking away. Having wonderful nature experiences so far. Wildlife.
It's a good looking beer.
Yeah.
Northbound lager, side launch.
Veggies are cooking. Cheers for the steak. Trying the side launch. Never had this one. Smooth.
Very nice.
Not flavorful, but smooth. It's good.
Okay. Flavorful.
It's just not like a.
No, it doesn't take you back or anything.
No.
It's just
Yeah.
a nice, a really good lager.
No, it's very good.
Very
good.
nice.
I like it. Okay, here we go. Couple of T-bones. Oh, I haven't had T-bone in a long time. It's starting to bleed on top there. Use some sticks so I don't get raw meat on anything. Save on dishes. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, yes. Steaks are off. Veggies are just getting a little char on them. And the instant potatoes.
Look at that.
Simple as can be, and delicious. There's some sriracha. Yep. We're good. Let's eat.
Look at that.
Bring yours in.
Cheers.
Let's make people hungry.
That's a heck of a meal for people who have worked really hard.
Moderately to really. No, we put in a good day.
Depends who you are. You know, this could be a hard day for some folks. Oh, you're just gonna do that, eh? That is so good. Well, you know, what to say? You gotta live life to its fullest, and this is it right here. Out here in beautiful nature. It's amazing. Eating great food. You and me together.
Cheers.
The best.
Cheers for that.
All right. Cheers.
Oh yeah.
Good stuff.
Pretty easy setup.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Beautifully designed. Dad's in my beloved amok, the drummer. He's gonna try that out tonight.
Wow.
And I'm just changing it up tonight. I'm going with this Wildlands tent that we have. We're predominantly, Erin and I, hammock campers now. Got quite a mess sprawled out here. But it's nice to go in the tent once in a while, so I'm gonna do that tonight.
Wow. Hi. I think I'm gonna sleep like a baby. Rockabye baby.
Oh, it's so comfy.
Oh yeah.
Just floating.
And
It's like
a good view.
Yeah. Yep, pretty sweet.
I'm asleep.
Beautiful. Really nice sight.
It is a great sight.
Wow.
What a moon. Is it full now? Tonight?
I think tomorrow is technically the full.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's near enough to make no matter.
Did you hear the big splash in the night?
The beaver?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. A few of them. A few splashes.
There was a loon calling too a minute
Yeah.
ago.
I only heard it once. One call.
Yeah. The sunrise keeps evolving. Really one of the best I've seen this year.
Really?
Yeah.
It's taking a while to come up.
Yeah. Woodpecker.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice view from the hammock, eh, Dad?
Beautiful.
Wow.
You don't see many sunrises like this, or maybe you do, but I don't.
No, this is a good one.
Yeah. Good morning.
Morning. You hungry at all?
Yeah, it's like kind of rocks you to sleep a little bit.
Yeah.
This is good.
No, I said, are you hungry at all?
Oh, I'm hungry. You know what? I'm still pretty good from last night's big steak.
I know.
Yeah, but hey, I'll be able to eat, no problem.
Yeah. Let's get some coffees going first. Oh yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Maker of coffee, warmer of hands. Chilly morning. Beautiful. It's supposed to be, I don't know, it's supposed to be 3 degrees, 6 degrees, something like that tonight, Celsius. And overnight tonight is supposed to be 0 now. So, we're in for a chill. That's freezing for you Americans. 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's just plain freezing. Yeah. Such a beautiful morning. The sun is starting to slowly rise. Mist is clearing a bit. It's going to be a beautiful day again, I think. No, you do this?
Oh yeah, I need sugar in my coffee.
Really? Yeah.
It's coffee time.
Yep. Something so simple like this can be so good. My mouth is watering about it.
First course this morning, hash browns, and then we're doing breakfast burritos. And then we musky fish. The fish of 10,000 casts.
Is that what they say?
That's what they say. Took me a long time to get my first.
You know what I say? Having hash browns is like having French fries for breakfast. Darn good.
We're okay with that.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, it smells beautifully eggy.
Yep. I find a few drops of sriracha does the trick. Okay. You need this?
Oh yeah.
That's terrific.
Good. We're just leaving camp here, and we're going to troll fairly deep. We're on the deepest part of the lake here. I downloaded the historical bathymetry, and it's about 50 feet deep here. I was just starting to worry. We've had 2 hours without a bite, and I finally just got a nibble at least, probably a small bass. But there's a full moon tonight, and the weather is coming in, so the barometric pressure is falling, which is, both of those things are supposed to be good for fishing, but who knows, hasn't done anything for us yet. So for a while I've been clipping my treble hooks down to tandems and pinching the barbs, but been thinking about this for a long time. Finally ordered a couple of packs of barbless octopus hooks, and I'm replacing my hooks with those on most of my crankbaits. How elegant is that? What a beautiful hook. And these octopus hooks are great because the pull comes here and it kind of turns the hook in. Just really, it locks it in. So I would love to be able to catch a fish on it right now and demonstrate that, but no bites. And the hook sizes, this is 1/0, this is 3/0. That is defined by the gap between the tip of the hook and the shaft. The distance between them, that's what determines a hook size. So something like this, I don't know, maybe this is 4/0. That is what defines a hook size right there. There's another one I replaced. I haven't done it on all of them yet, just kind of easing into it, but I really like it. Back to camp for quick lunch. No fish to eat yet, so we're hoping for dinner. Got this veggie burrito mix rehydrating, and we've got sour cream, green onion, avocado, Tex-Mex. Should be really good. It's a burrito kind of day.
That's pretty good.
We're back at it.
I think I will pick up a wider.
Losing hope, but still hopeful. Talking to the camera.
Oh, sorry.
Paddling through this bay on Carafel, and still no bites, but a really beautiful spot. And there's a little log cabin, like trapper's cabin over there. We're gonna check it out.
I guess oh, there's beds and everything here. There was a fire, I suspect.
You think it burnt?
I don't know, maybe just rotten. Double, two double bunk beds. Isn't that?
That's pretty sweet.
That's pretty tough to move.
Yeah.
But they are a bit punky. Glass from the windows. I guess that would have been there.
Yeah.
Don't know why people think metal is going to burn and disintegrate. Watch for nails sticking up.
Just looking around, hoping there's a map saying good fishing spot here. Could use it. Wonder if there are any relics in the back here. Check out this can of Pepsi. You're pretty old. You seen one of these before?
Wow. Yeah, those would have been the ones I drank out of as a kid. Oh yeah, with the double puncture hole.
Oh yeah.
That was probably the 70s.
Yeah?
Yeah. How could it be in that good a condition even?
So this is the first time I've had 2 double bladers in the boat, and with the lightest of effort, we moved pretty well. Yesterday we covered 9 kilometers on our access lake in an hour and a half, which is 6 kilometers an hour, which is good. It's a good speed in the canoe, very good. Not unheard of for a tandem set of paddlers, but we were not trying at all, so it's incredible. We're like a machine. We're just poking and prodding around the lake and found a beautiful little waterfall. Cheers.
Cheers. Great day of canoeing and exploring.
Fishing, just not catching.
Right.
Warming up by the fire here. It's been a chilly day. We tried everything today. We cast, we trolled, we jigged, we covered the entire lake, shallow to deep, all sizes of lures, fast, slow. We got one bite, one nibble from probably a tiny bass, which couldn't even get to the hook. So we did our best, and thankfully we've got beer.
Yes, we do.
And we've got ruffles all dressed.
Oh yeah.
And we've got calzones, so we'll manage.
Yeah.
We'll manage.
A fish would have been great.
Mm-hmm.
And the day is not over yet.
The day's not over yet. We're going to cast off the shore here. And we'll
You
see.
never know.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I love this one.
This is very good.
Mm-hmm. Veggie calzones. Threw some of the extra red onion in there too. And then got onion, spinach, tomato, mushroom.
We're going to
Sriracha,
get in the zone.
Matzo, cheddar. It's best if you don't speak.
No? You think? I don't know. I think there's demand for corny jokes.
You're kind of like the Pippin of Lord of the Rings. Ooh. In fact, it's best if you don't speak at all.
Well, this will make me speechless.
I'll make you speechless when I crack you across the jaw.
It smells terrific. And it's hot.
Yeah, it's hot. But can you really eat pizza without burning your mouth?
Not. Usually not. You got to go for it. Oh yeah. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oozing out onions.
Yeah. Beautiful. Well done.
Cool.
My compliments to the chef.
Well, it's a nasty, chilly, rainy morning. We had this tarp up, so cooking under it and getting the tent packed up under it. Got coffee! Got veggie chili this morning, some leftover sour cream from the burritos, as well as green onion. Should be good. Well, it feels like an abrupt change of the seasons on this trip. Started with a beautiful summery day. Got dreary yesterday, and today it is fall. Yeah. Bottoms up.
All right, thank you.
Down the hatch. We're packed up and we're on the water. We're gonna troll on our way out. Mercifully, we got a little break in the rain here, but it's too cold and rainy to be lingering today, so we're just gonna make our way out, but maybe we'll get a buzzer beater. 6 beaver lodges here in this creek we're heading up. Never seen so many so concentrated. A few on the lake too, 3 on the lake. Oh, I've always wanted to see a big piece of a cliff fall off into the water.
Yeah, like there's a...
Sweet. Gotta love that.
And yet another beaver
Another lodge. It's incredibly beautiful down this creek here.
Hey, it's raining a bit, and yet it's so beautiful here. Having a fantastic time going up this river in the rain. It just doesn't matter. It's beautiful.
Wow, the community. This is fabulous. Rain's picking up here. Getting chilly. Little waterfall. Beautiful. We're through the creek and it was surprisingly easy. There was just the one beaver dam which we were able to paddle right up through a little break in the dam. And yeah, we're into Spider Lake now for our last ditch effort with the fishing. Make a few casts. But yeah, it's a pretty nasty day, so we'll get out of here pretty quickly. This was one of the most unexpectedly beautiful paddles of my season though. Such a beautiful creek. Just about back to the launch, with no fish to show for it, but we gave it our absolute best and we got a lot else out of the trip. Incredible sunrise, sunset, moon. The howling at the beginning, probably coyotes, a little bear, and yeah, great company by the fire and beers, so we had a wonderful time.
Well, here we are at the end of our trip. 3-day trip. It was beautiful despite the weather at the end here. It only rained at the end, so it's not bad, but on the other hand, you know, you really get to experience everything that Jonathan goes through on some of his trips, including the rain, which he's experienced a lot. And you know, you think, right, especially right now, the way my feet are feeling, because they're pretty cold, it'd be nice to be at home, keep your feet up on the coffee table, just watching the you know, Jonathan's next episode. And yeah, that does seem pretty good right now. However, this is better. It really is. And experiencing this in the real with Jonathan, and with all of his great food and all the planning that he puts into this, it's been a spectacular time. So happy to have been able to do this.
Finally, spring turned into summer, turns into fall, but we got it done.
Yeah, we did.
It's great.
We did. And hey, you know, I'm still 60, so we were supposed to do this for my 60th birthday, and we just had to wait a little while.
Yeah, great trip.
Yeah, it was terrific.
Goodbye, Spider Lake.
Goodbye, Spider Lake.
Grow some fish.
Yeah.
What a great little trip with Pops, and we got it in not a moment too soon. Snow started to fall on the drive home, and it was almost November. Winter camping season was around the corner. In making this series, I sort of fear that someone's going to quit their job to make camping videos on YouTube and become destitute when they realize that it takes years for most people to make their first cent on YouTube, if ever. You need 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours in the last 12 months to even apply for monetization in the first place, and you need a lot more than that to start making real money. Based on my experience, a channel needs tens of thousands of views per day to make a living off of ad revenue alone, and that's if they're long format videos, not shorts. This isn't easy to get, and that's why most YouTubers have sponsors. It took me 4 years of virtually full-time hours, most of that on top of a full-time job, to get to the point where I could even think about using this for a primary source of income. Like I said, in 2020, before I went full-time, I made $14,000 of ad revenue, which is a lot if it's a side hustle, and not nearly enough if it's your main source of income. So it may sound crazy that I made the leap at that point, but there are other pieces to that equation. 2 years before I went full-time on YouTube, I got an incredible deal on a house in a small mining town. Real estate runs hot and cold in mining towns, and I got in at a low point. It cost me well under $70,000 for a perfectly decent house. Yes, you heard that right. Not even a down payment in Toronto where I grew up, and my mortgage was only $250 a month. That factor alone is one of the biggest reasons why I was able to go full-time initially. If I had thousands of dollars a month tied up in rent or a mortgage, it wouldn't have worked out. Not to mention that Erin had a full-time job as a psychotherapist. I would never coast on her dime, but at least we could share expenses. I've also always been very careful to live within my means because having money in the bank means the freedom to travel and explore. So I had also saved up enough to know that I could fund this experiment for a year. I also lived in Northern Ontario with endless places to do camping trips without going far, so I didn't have to spend lots on travel to get to these places and take the trips. If I had high expenses or hired people to help me, the finances just would not have worked out for me then. These days with the ad revenue, I could justify hiring some help, and sometimes I feel like I really need it. I could also get more content out with a team, or at least an editor, and that would be nice, but I don't need to post every week. To have a team that I'm responsible for, being a manager, that's the last thing I want. I have freedom, like why would I mess with that? To grow the channel into a media business or get rich or famous, like I just don't believe that's going to happen even if I tried, and I don't even want it. And I've given a lot of thought to hiring editing help, but I love the editing. I don't want to give it up, even if it means I'm slower to get out content. I don't love every bit of it. Like, it would be nice to contract out the first cut, which can be pretty tedious going through the hours of footage. But by the end of that, I'm familiar with what I'm working with, and it helps me to make the second cut. And hiring people with just an objective of scaling up this channel, I really think it would turn it into something closer to a business than self-expression, and I think my passion would diminish and it would ruin the channel. When I'm out on trips, I'm free. I'm not beholden to anyone. There's no one waiting on an urgent email from me or to me, and that's the feeling I want to have when I'm out there on trips, when I'm making content. Freedom. My dad and I were on another trip recently, and we got to talking about this sort of thing, and we both have it. It's what we've termed lone wolf syndrome. It has pros and cons, but self-reliance can come with a beautiful sense of simplicity, and to me, simplicity is worth a lot. There are many ways to make money on YouTube, like sponsorships, affiliate links, selling a product, but for Erin and I, it's almost all Google AdSense. Companies buy ad placements from Google. Google takes 45% of that, and they give me 55%. 45% is a huge cut for them to take, but I wouldn't be in this position without them, and I value what they do. They serve as my sales, marketing, analytics, and accounts receivable, so that's a ton of value. A lot of companies spend more than 40% on those departments, 45%. If you guys skip an ad when you're watching, and no judgment, I get it, then my understanding is that the advertiser does not pay. If you watch an entire ad, 30 seconds of an ad, or click an ad, then the advertiser pays. So if you ever wanted to know what I make from these videos, here are a couple of examples. This video where I ended up with a broken down snowmobile was a flop, which was deserved because the video sucked, although it was a grueling trip. It's made $500, which seems like a nice bonus for going camping. But the truth is, from a business standpoint, videos like this would make it impossible for me to do this full time. It had below average revenue with very high expenses. When you consider all the regular costs for a trip like this and the value of my time as a self-employed person, which was at least a week in total to take the trip and edit it, then this trip was already a loss. But when you add the $4,000 purchase of a used snowmobile with a sleigh and trailer, and $1,000 more of repairs and accessories, this video lost thousands of dollars. But what about the videos that get lots of views? That video I mentioned in the last break with the animal pacing around my tent, brought in $2,500 over 6.5 years, so averaged about $400 per year over that time. If you were trying to justify this for yourself and you said, okay, if I make $50,000, I could scrape by and cover my expenses, that would mean that every year you need 125 videos to perform like that and earn $400 per year. Considering that that video had hundreds of thousands of views, that seems insanely impossible to expect 125 of those in 1 year. And that's why so many channels have sponsors. But like I said, the real money is with long form content, and that was a short video. So what about a longer one? That 8-day trip I did on the Agoki made over $9 grand over 3 years. Suddenly that makes the finances seem much more feasible than getting 125 of those smaller videos. There's also the revenue generating power of hundreds of videos in the back catalog on this channel. Those old videos trickle in revenue, and some of them actually make good money on a steady basis. In fact, the majority of my revenue comes from videos that are at least 6 months old, unless a new video is really popping off. Wind blew down the stovepipe. A viral video can provide a real boost of cash, but there's a catch. Generally, the wider the reach of the video, the lower the advertising rates. So if you're doing the math for 1 million or 5 million views, it's not that simple. Like I mentioned earlier, our biggest viewership is in the United States, followed by Canada. Advertisers pay a higher rate to reach consumers in these wealthier countries. But when a viral video spreads and reaches other countries where advertisers have less desire to reach, then the rates drop off. Also keep in mind that ad revenue does not equal profit, so that 9 grand from the Agoki, that's not all gravy. I have to pay income tax on it. There are hard expenses to produce the trip, like travel, camping gear, filming equipment, and repairs. And I'm self-employed, so I have to value my time and have enough to pay myself. But what about other sources of income, like brand deals or affiliate links, merch, memberships or Patreon, and free gifts from brands? I'll come back to that in the fourth and final intermission, and I'll also tell you exactly how much I made in my first 6 months after I quit my job. The last trip with my dad ended with snow on the drive home, and now getting into November, wintry conditions had arrived. This is the worst time of year for weather here, so I eased into the season, camping near my car to enjoy the simple pleasure of staying warm with good food in nasty weather.
You are in grave danger.
Who said that?
Who else? It is I, Old Man Winter. Knock, knock, knocking at your seasonal door.
What do you want from me?
I bear a warning to thee. A wicked storm comes this way.
Yeah, I checked the forecast. That's actually why I came out.
Foolish boy. Mark my words. You will suffer me.
Just came in here on some forestry roads. I'm in the middle of nowhere, just finding a nice spot in the woods to set up. There's a tranquil little pond here right behind me, glazed over with ice. It'll be frozen solid before long. Got my hobo stove here, and it's time to cook up some sweet potatoes. I'm gonna have to do this in 2 batches. Getting close to done. Ah, yeah. So I'm hoping for snow tomorrow. Worst case is freezing rain. That would be a lot worse than snow. Just started coming down here at first light, and I just took the hammock down. I'm gonna move locations. These trees were creaking last night as the wind picked up. One in particular was making an ungodly sound, and with a ton of potentially wet snow on them and very high winds tonight, I don't want to be under this big forest canopy. I'm gonna go into a smaller, lower height trees. It was a rough sleep actually. Woke up at 1 and I couldn't get back to sleep for about 5 hours. So there are supposed to be very strong winds from the northeast later today and tonight. And the way my tarp is oriented there, there's a risk of it driving underneath, and that could be truly miserable. So it's not worth it. I have time today. I'll change locations. While I'm taking it down, I might as well just find a new spot too and enjoy a change of scenery. I'm gonna cook up some eggs and fill this with coffee first. Nice rolling boil. It's coffee time. I just put the instant coffee in there, and I really don't mind instant coffee out here. At home I love to fresh grind, but not too picky here. Croissant egg sandwiches. Whew, that is wonderful. Just got my winters on a few days ago. Glad to have them. Okay, got my new spot, got my tarp set up, and I just rolled up everything inside of my hammock just to make it easy. Just gotta hang it and reinflate the pad. Alright, all set up again. Cooking and living tarp over here. Tons of sticks again. And I'm right beside this marsh. Made a little debris wall here too, so if there's blowing snow, it'll kind of trap it. On the menu next, some veggie soup. The wind is starting to sound pretty crazy, so I better get on this. Just need a little ginger. Wasn't planning on the sweet potato, but I have some left over, so why not? Like any sane person, I've doubled the amount of garlic called for. As you can clearly tell from my cutting, I attended cordon bleu. Oh yeah! Beautiful work, man. You're an artist. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh, oh. Could have sworn I had a potato. Oh well. What we need is a few good taters.
What's taters, precious? What's taters, eh?
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Lovely big golden chips with a nice piece of fried fish. Even you couldn't say no to that.
Oh, yes, we could. Spoiling nice fish. Give it to us raw and wriggling. You keep nasty chips.
You're hopeless. Sam, I cannot listen to you go on about taters all the way to Mordor. Here. Oh! Thank you. Good day to you. Will you join us for second breakfast? Can I get you some wine, John? Oh, I'd love some red if you've got a bottle open. Why not? Am I right? We've only got white though. Hope that's okay. Oh, white? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Thanks for the white wine. Oh, I forgot. I put a little rosemary in there. Oh, I love rosemary. Switching to the warm hat. It's getting cold, and it's supposed to be rain to start, so it's gonna be nasty. Rain at 0 degrees. Worst case scenario. You just wish it was a degree or two colder. It's supposed to turn to snow in the night, so it'd be nice to wake up to. It's good. That was good soup. It's only 5 o'clock, but I slept half a night last night, and after that big meal I am comatose. So I'm going to read this book, which I'm really enjoying, and drift off. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, this storm came mostly as rain last night. Rained hard, but ended up with some white stuff. I'll take it. Oh man, this tarp's under a heavy load. It's still got a lot of that freezing rain and ice on it. Get that off ya. Yeah.
Gray Jays.
Just using this water for a thermos of coffee, and I've done enough cooking, I think, on this trip. Best meal yet. No, actually, the other meal's been quite good. All three of them. That soup last night was exquisite, if I may say so. Beautiful, calm morning. There've been a lot of birds calling, surprisingly. Been so uplifting. I miss the birds so much in winter. There are so many fewer. Well, that was a really nice couple of nights. First snow that actually stayed on the ground, and heading out with Erin next weekend. Really excited for that. For hopefully some more wintry conditions. We can't wait for -30 and heaps of snow. Cheers to winter. After the trip, I sought out my next dopamine rush by checking YouTube analytics. When I quit my job in spring, the channel had about 40,000 subs, and in the half year since, it had grown 50% to about 60,000. Still pretty slow and steady considering I was doing it full time. But with more content, the channel revenue from those first 6 months was more than the previous 2 years of ad revenue combined. Although a big chunk of that revenue was from the summer trip on Lake Superior, and on YouTube you can't bank on getting home runs like that all the time. First, let's get back to how it's possible to afford being a full-time YouTuber. I think a lot of people with YouTube dreams know it's hard to make money here, but they'd be happy just getting free stuff from companies. And when that started happening to us, we were pretty stoked about it too. I can't speak for other countries, but I suspect it's the same. But here, those gifts are 100% taxable, and I don't think most people realize that. So if I accept a $1,000 tent, I have to claim that $1,000 as income when I file, and I'll pay taxes on that amount. That may seem unfair, like, oh, government's always in our pocket, but if they didn't do that, then companies could pay influencers, rich, greedy influencers, millions of dollars of product, and they wouldn't pay any taxes on it while the rest of us shoulder the load. On the other hand, if I buy the tent myself, I get a $1,000 deduction for the business expense since I use those things to make a living, and that's the greatest feeling ever, expensing camping gear. And I'm not beholden to any company or anyone. Let's say that a YouTuber is doing well, and hypothetically they're in a 40% income tax bracket. If they take that tent, they have to pay $400 more in taxes when they file. If they buy the tent themselves as an expense, then they get $1,000 off their income when they file and pay $400 less in tax. So net, the YouTuber would pay $800 more in taxes if they accept the tent for free. The company probably wants something in return from them, and they've only gained $200 in value, not $1,000. The bottom line is it significantly reduces the benefit of taking these things, and we no longer take them. However, I also doubt that most YouTubers are actually reporting this sort of income, but that could get them in trouble someday. But to me, the best part about having no sponsors is just being independent and focusing on enjoying my trips. When I'm out there, I'm in the moment. I'm not thinking about some pitch. Ironically, buying these things myself is basically like advertising them for free and not getting paid because they show up in the videos anyway and people tend to ask questions about them. But at least I don't have to make a pitch or mince words if I'm not happy with the product. I get to keep full control of my content, and I'm actually okay with giving free exposure to a brand that makes a good product. I also try to cover logos that are too bold and distracting, like the big branded lettering on the sides of our canoes. When I would film the canoe going past them, it just looked like an ad. So even if I liked the brand, I didn't want it to feel like an ad. I just want to make videos about being in nature, and I realized from my first career how precious it is to do what you love, and it's worth a lot more than money. So we're independent by design, but I'm also not judging people for doing sponsorships. If I needed brand deals to make this work, I'm sure I would do it. And for a lot of people, that's just their situation. We're just lucky right now that based on ad revenue and low overhead, we don't have to. And as for the ad revenue, YouTube can either run ads on my channel or somewhere else, so they might as well fund the channel. It's just part of being on this platform, and if people really don't like ads, like me, then there's the YouTube Premium subscription. I'd rather buy YouTube Premium than Netflix, Prime, or anything else, because there's so much value on here, but a lot of people have trouble paying for something that they view as free. YouTubers still get a cut of that revenue from premium users, and about 10% of my income comes that way. YouTubers can also choose where mid-roll ads can play in the videos, and I try to be fair about that to not ruin your experience. It's in both of our interests. By default, YouTube will have mid-roll ad placements all over the place, which doesn't mean that there will be an ad every time, just the possibility that there could be. I manually set ad breaks to be 10 to 15 minutes apart, which I think is pretty reasonable, especially for a short ad break, which may also be skippable. However, I have no control over how long each ad break is, nor do I know what advertisers will show up on the channel. But cable companies make us pay big money every month to watch, and still force 7 to 8 minutes of ads on us for every 30-minute segment of TV. So I feel like our offering is fair. Aside from ads, we also get commissions on our merch and affiliate links, though we don't push these in any way, and ad revenue is by far the biggest piece of the pie. We also had a Buy Me a Coffee page, which is like Patreon, but their fees are a bit lower. And a baseline income from something like that can really help level out the fluctuations of ad revenue. For instance, my worst month of revenue in 2020 was 1/10 of my best month. Imagine your employer paid you $500 one month and $5,000 the next month, and you weren't sure which it would be until the month of. Eventually I transitioned Buy Me a Coffee over to YouTube memberships, but they take a 30% cut off the top, which I thought was really steep. I thought I'd be able to deliver member benefits more directly if the memberships are right on YouTube, but 30% is double or more the cuts of a lot of those third-party Patreon pages, so that just didn't sit well. And again, if that YouTuber is in a high tax bracket, let's say 40%, if you donate $100, YouTube takes 30. The YouTuber is left with 70, but they pay 40% tax on that, let's say, which is 28. They're left with $42. So it just seems greedy and selfish if that YouTuber is in that situation for them to allow you to give up $100 for them to gain 42. Just doesn't feel right. It might be fair if the YouTuber is providing a lot of benefit to patrons and members on the side, but then all the people who are now getting paywalled from those extra features, now they're pissed off. So for all those reasons, we got out of that. Most of all, our ad revenue was strong enough this year that it just would have been greedy to take anyone's money. The point of a patron is to allow everyday artists to do their work, not for the artists to milk their biggest supporters for all they're worth. If I ever go back to a patron page, it'll be because I really need the money to keep this going. So there are lots of ways that YouTubers make money beyond ad revenue, but now you know what makes it possible for us. As for Erin, she's a big part of the channel, but she also has her own career as a psychotherapist. That's why she can only come on some of the trips, and really it's best that one of us isn't completely dependent on YouTube. So when I quit my job to go all in on YouTube, I knew I had enough savings to fund this for a year, and hopefully more if things started to go well. And I promised you I'd tell you how much I made in the first 6 months of doing this, and here it is. $27,774.90. Ironically, and an amazing coincidence, almost exactly what I would have made in my desk job during that time. It was a rough start at about $1,400 in each of the first 2 months, then $2,500. With expenses and paying myself, even $2,500 a month or $30,000 per year isn't nearly enough to do this full time. And I had my fears then that this dream wouldn't last much longer than the year I'd saved for. But then it quadrupled to almost $10,000, largely due to that Land Before Time video on Superior, followed by $7,000 and $5,000. In this upcoming April, it'll be 8 years since I started the channel, and by then it'll be 4 years of doing this full time. I'm thrilled to say that the dream is alive and well, and ad revenue continues to climb, which has made this financially stable. And I know it sounds cheesy, but it really is thanks to you. Sometimes I wonder how this can be real, but by some miracle, it is, at least for now. And I'm so grateful to you all. Especially to anyone who's hearing this, watching this deep into a video so long. You really make this possible. So I'll leave it at that for YouTube and the financial side of things. But there were still a few trips left in fall, and I was only through 88 days of camping through my first year. I'll let the last 3 trips unfold, and in the 4th and final episode covering winter, Erin's going to be joining me for these intermissions, and we're going to be covering your frequently asked questions. Since the last trip in the hammock, wintry conditions had advanced significantly, and it was time for the comfort of the hot tent. Hot tenting changed the game for us in winter. Cold camping can be nice, but for us there's nothing like a wood stove popping as you lay back with hot food and drink and listen to snow falling on the canvas.
John and I are just starting out on our first hot tenting trip of the season. Got a little bit of snow here in Northern Ontario. We got our sleds loaded up, and we're gonna try and find somewhere to get our tent up and get the fire going.
The little bridge?
Yeah.
You think we can use it?
I don't know.
Oh my. Fall right if you fall.
Whoa.
Right off the bat.
What happened?
I just lost my balance a bit.
Oh.
Perfect. We want to camp around here because there's moving water that'll stay open. We need a water source for drinking and cooking, so we're tempted to camp around here. We crossed over that little bridge and see if there's anywhere good here. Could we set up right here? It's a little tight, eh? I think it's a little too small. Home sweet home. Hopefully. What's our first thought?
My first thought is door here, pipe
here? Okay.
So door kind of like...
Yeah, that should go, eh?
Yeah, I think we should be able to make it work.
Okay. Yeah. I wonder what that is. Can't tell from here. It looks robin-like, but yeah.
It's got a red chest, but
yeah, I would have thought they left.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got my anorak here that John got me for my birthday. I haven't had a good chance to actually have it out and wear it, so I'm pretty excited. How do I look?
Ravishing. So we're making some stakes here to stake in the 4 corners of the tent. How long do you want it? About 2 feet like this?
Yeah.
That one's quite long, right? Like,
yeah.
It could be shorter. Alder is really like a junk species. It doesn't live very long. Grows in clusters like a weed, so it's a good one to harvest if you're going to harvest something.
It's like the dandelions of the forest.
Yeah.
Swamp dandelions.
And everything else that we use will be dead. And then these boughs we had to clear off the bottom of this tree just to give enough room for the tent. But they're lower boughs, they don't receive as much sunlight, and this is a large enough tree that has tons of upper boughs to keep it healthy. And we'll line the bottom of our tent with them too. Might as well since we have them. She won't budge!
Well, I'll get her.
Oh yeah.
Fudge that. Hello, hot dog tent.
Tent always smells like hot dogs, just from the residual smoke smell.
I don't think we ever cooked hot dogs in them.
Nope. Okay, now for the guidelines. Okay, tent's up. And we feel like we did a really good job of guying all the guidelines out because it just feels roomier than normal in here. 11 by 11, so there's plenty of room, but yeah, it feels like a good setup.
Oh, soup's gonna be good tonight.
Just line the front corner of the tent here, just kind of where we walk in. It tends to get trampled down and dirty, so it's a nice spot to have them. Just burying the edges of the tent really keeps the draft out and holds a bit more heat in. It's not a ton of snow, maybe 6 inches, but we're planning to leave this tent here for a bit, so it'll naturally accumulate quite a bit more. So sometimes we'll want to cook here and not start up the wood stove, just have a small outdoor fire. You don't need to process wood, you can just use junky stuff. So I brought in this little grill. There's a big rock here. I found 2 good-sized rocks to move in here as well. So this will be perfect right here. Well, we're most of the way there for today. It's so much work getting this thing set up. It's rewarding and it's totally worth it, but fact is, it's a lot of effort. So, we're quite pooched and looking forward to making soup in the hot tent, getting that stove ripped roaring, and for a long sleep. Not much daylight hours these days, so we'll have plenty of time to sleep. So we're doing a delicious butternut squash soup for dinner tonight, which will provide leftovers for tomorrow as well, because we're doing this massive pot in it. It's a pressure cooker you can use on an open fire or on top of a stove. I've never cut up... Have you ever cut a butternut squash before?
I have not.
Okay, well, we'll learn together here. It's a tough nut to crack. That's a solid gourd. Okay, let's get these seeds out of here. I'm definitely wishing I had prepped this at home. By the time I'm done this week, it's gonna be dark. We don't have an immersion blender, so the smaller the better. It's gonna be more of a butternut squash soup, or stew, I mean. Good thing this knife is razor sharp. We're both making fine splits here of a much different nature. I'm almost done. Half of the first squash. I swear it's taken half an hour. It's gotta feel good. I'll just keep chopping away.
Oh yeah, listen to that draw.
Oh man, I love that sound. I'm speaking to you from the year 2040. I've nearly finished half of the squash. Piece. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Oh, mercifully finished those bloody squash. It honestly took an hour and a half to cut them both up because they had to be cut into so many small pieces since I don't have a blender. Ugh. This is so much food. Why did I double the recipe? Oh, there's a large chunk of
skin.
Not my skin.
I hope
at
not.
least.
I got the stove going for you.
It's getting hot in here.
An hour ago. Don't mind if I do.
Mind if she do.
Oh
my goodness. I'm blaming this on the working conditions. I didn't get any breaks. Alright. Let some pressure build. Seal it just with these little latches and then screw this on to secure it. And the pressure will build. Some good smelling steam. Got the buns over there. Good pile of wood. Vino Rouge. Alright, let's pull that baby off. Okay. Well, it smells
like a coleslaw.
Smells good. Really seem to need a blender. I was hoping they would just melt a little. Oh no. It's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster.
Here, I'll get it.
Yeah, blend it up.
I'll be your blender. There we go. Just gotta squish it against the sides. It'll be good.
It's a disaster.
No, it's starting to get...
It's a disaster. I've ruined everything.
No.
You'd probably be dumping me now.
Nah, I don't got much else going on, so...
It's okay, but it's the worst butternut squash soup I've ever had in my life. Can we just soak it up with buns?
Yeah.
A good bun redeems any soup. Isn't that right? Don't spare my feelings. Just tell me it's garbage.
No, it's good.
It's alright, yeah. A little.
And these buns are on point.
Yeah, they're good buns. It's bedtime. Nothing left else in the tank. You have anything to say? I'm out.
Nada.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
I love you.
Love me?
Yeah.
Okay. I love you.
Always.
I thought you were saying it to the camera.
Oh, no, just for you.
So here's where I like to get my water from. Liquid water, not from the snow. Here's this pot, 1.9 liters, packed pretty well with snow. And we'll see what that boils down to. It won't be much. So that whole thing boiled down to there. Maybe 200 mils, 300 mils of water.
And it looks
dirty and milky.
Milky.
Coffee time. Peppermint mocha.
It's quite good. Last night it was, I don't know if it was a full moon or not, but it was a really bright moon. It was overcast and it was still bright enough that we didn't need flashlights. It was pretty cool. I always like those nights.
Few considerations here. If you're thinking that this is really high impact camping, that's true. It is. But one, we're only harvesting dead trees here for firewood. These trees are not, it's not like, oh, I think that's dead. Like, they're dead. Spruce and maybe some fir, the odd jack pine, if we can find it, is ideal. And then probably most importantly, if we're using the hot tent, we set up on a place where no one ever camps. No unestablished campsites, random place in the woods where not only is no one camping, probably no one's even going. The woods here are so vast. You may think that's impossible, but it's such a big forest up here that it's entirely possible that no one will set foot here for a long time, or even see that we had an impact. So those are kind of our guidelines for minimizing a high impact activity. Shave with it. Little bits curling off. Oh, you gotta love that.
Mm-hmm. We just got back from a hike. We saw all sorts of different tracks when we were out there, which is always one of the fun parts of being out in winter. And now we're just going to put a little bit of spruce tea on the fire.
So, grouse, squirrel, snowshoe hare, fox, wolf or coyote, and more.
Mm-hmm. Some little bird prints. Yeah, it's fun. It's really fun to see those. I always enjoy that when winter comes.
I need some coffee. I'm gassed. And then the rest of that water, gonna use those spruce tips over there. Just steep that for 15 minutes.
Ooh, that's good.
A little citrusy, zesty.
Zest. Mm-hmm. We just got the stove all fired up. Yeah, we're happy campers. It's been a really good first trip so far.
15.
Ooh. Smells a lot better than the steam I blow.
Round 2. Extra rolls tonight. Extra rations.
That looks a lot more like soup to me.
Better luck today, maybe. Well, it's 8 o'clock. We were in bed for 14 hours, about 12 hours the night before. It's just so much darkness. You get so tired. What else are you gonna do? We're just gonna pack up. We don't want to start the stove because then you have to wait a long time for it to cool down and everything. So we've got a great camp here. I'm going to come back, make use of all this firewood and enjoy this cozy little spot again. But we gotta get home today.
I gotta work.
Beautiful moon last night, super bright, casting shadows on the tent canvas. And then there was a big ring around it too. I don't think you woke up to see that, but yeah, like the sun sometimes has a big ring around it, and I think that normally forecasts precipitation. But yeah, it's supposed to dump a couple of inches today, so. Oh, my back. Oh. Ah. Okay, let's get up.
No. We live here now. This is our home. We're just packing up here, finishing up this trip. We're gonna leave some stuff behind so John can come back on his own. So we're gonna leave the tent and stove and wood, pretty much anything that can stay that he can use. We'll leave for next time. It makes it a lot more feasible to come out solo and be able to spend the night, or a couple nights.
Shouldn't have to worry about theft out here.
Hopefully.
No one should ever see it.
We've left him some wood.
Lots.
Over-processed this time, which will happen when I come out. So, yeah, it's been a really good weekend and great warm-up for me for the hot tenting season, and I'm pretty excited for this winter.
I'll be back. 3 days later, I came back to enjoy our setup a little more. Alright, so 3 nights have passed since Erin and I left, and I'm back to check up on things here. I've had some snow, nice snow, but last night there was a ferocious wind and I was a bit concerned about how the tent might have fared, so this is very heavy packing snow here. So it's good that the tent held up. Scoop this all down the side and it'll create extra insulation along the skirt. That's good. Everything's in order in here.
Hands up.
Oh, I'm burning my wiener. 5 o'clock, gonna be dark soon. Time to light this thing up. And that is one of the sweetest sounds in the world. This is what it's all about. All the work that goes into hot tenting is pretty much all for this moment. Good morning. Coffee, and I do some dehydrated curry, veggie curry. A little French vanilla. It's so hot in there. Oh, can't even have the door open. It's gonna be a real haul to get out of here today with everything in one load, and the 2 sleds with this rig that I've never tried before. Worst case scenario, I do 2 trips. It'll just take longer, and most of it's up a hill too, so. Stove is still incredibly hot. I'm just waiting for it to die down so I can pack up. Feeding, drinking coffee. It's nice. It's nice and warm in here. All packed up. I'm just gonna get my sleds back to the trail before I create a train. It'd be too awkward to get it through the bush here. Left the firewood here if anyone ever happens to come here. Pile up the boughs there too. It's been a nice camp. I could just stay here all winter, but that would just be a bit dull. I'm gonna make this quick because I'm getting cold. Fairly heavy, but it's doable. I'm going uphill here, so it's not bad. Go ahead. I'll catch up. Couple of birds there, beautiful, all red. I think they're pine grosbeaks. Well, that's camp number 1 in the books for this winter. I've never had a lot of time off in the winter. I always saved it for summer. And this year, I can actually do something adventurous. So I'm looking forward to that. This is just a warm-up trip, really. And I can't wait to start fishing and doing longer winter trips.
Ice fishing season was very close indeed. Although I much prefer longer trips with a sense of adventure, it's still nice to have some short, easy trips like this too. Though this next short one wasn't so easy in the end. As fall went on and overnight temperatures dropped, smaller lakes had started to lock up, so on December 1st, it was time to try the ice.
What an awesome way to start this trip with that fox right off the bat. Beautiful big coat for winter. And gonna have some wintry conditions here tonight. It's supposed to be quite a snowstorm coming. Flurries have already begun. Barometric pressure is falling, which is good for fishing, and I'm hoping to get my first ice fishing of the season in right now, but I don't know if there's safe ice. I had to rig up the 2 sled train,
to get everything in with all the fishing gear, so hopefully I don't lug it all in for nothing. Vlogging ain't no joke! So, found camp. It's exactly where Erin and I camped last year. Here's some of our firewood. It's about a 5.5 kilometer haul to get in here. The lake is just, I don't know, another 200 meters. Gonna set up and then get right to fishing. I'm all done here. It's time to go see if there's any good ice. Well, it's beautiful here. Lake looks amazing. It's so exciting to be back ice fishing, hopefully. I know it's extremely shallow here, so I'm gonna walk out just a little farther and then try drilling. I've got picks around my neck and then a PFD on just until I establish what kind of ice conditions we've got. All right, looks good. I'll hook the scoop onto the bottom of the ice. Use that as a rough gauge. That's great. That's a good 6 inches of ice. But it varies around the lake. You could hit spring, upwelling, and creating really bad ice. So I'll have to keep measuring, but that gives me a lot of confidence. It was -10 when I left the car this morning, and I guess it's warmed up a bit. It's turned to freezing rain, so that's pretty ugly. So I've got 4 inches of nice black ice all the way out here. Beautiful, perfect for walking on, easy to drill through. Drop down, see how much depth I'm working with here. This is about where I caught a pretty decent pike last year. So why change it up? Spot should be good as any. It's adjacent, it's right in between the two basins of the lake. One's really shallow. This side of the lake's really shallow. This side's very deep. And right here in the middle is where I intend to set up shop. Only about 3 feet of water, but I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. I also picked up an underwater camera for ice fishing. It's my first time using it ice fishing. Tried it once briefly in the canoe, but this is really what I bought it for. Let's see what we got. Been here in the spot for a good half hour or more now. Getting cold, having some cheese and coffee, but I'm gonna move around a bit. Can't stay here all day. It's not exactly pleasant to be out in this icy snow. The wind is blowing it sideways too, but I can't just go sit in the hammock all day. So that's the shallow side of the lake. I was fishing kind of where that point is, and there was about 4 inches of black ice. Here, 50 meters closer to the deep end, 3 inches. Right over there, maybe 15-20 meters, down to less than 2 inches. I gingerly tested it, so this is as far as I can go. So to start off the hole, I'll jig really aggressively, let it hit bottom, kick up a little silt cloud, hopefully draw something in. Pretty nasty out here. I've been on the lake for 3 or 4 hours now, and conditions have just really gone downhill. Way worse than what was forecasted, and it's actually because it's warmer. Stuff's starting to melt on me. My gear is getting soaked. My gloves are soaked, and tomorrow they're going to be a block of ice. So I think this will be my only chance to fish today. Tomorrow morning I'm just going to have to pack up and get out of here. There might even be some rain tonight turning to ice, so just nasty conditions. Winter is so much easier when it's good and cold, so it's too bad that it warmed up, but what are you gonna do? Just had my first mark on the sonar. Crap. Just gets the heart racing. After hours of boredom, cold. Oh. And then immediately you start thinking that that was your only shot. It's nice to see. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, decent little pike. It happened so fast I couldn't even get a camera going. Get him there. All right, thank you, buddy. Saved my day. Oh, it's cold up here, isn't it? Go back down there where it's warmer. There you go, thank you. Woo! Well, I'm grateful to that pike for salvaging my day. I gotta pack up. It's gonna be dark by the time I get back, and I'm damp and just chilled. I'm shivering, so that's good enough effort. I did what I could. Back to land. Feels good to be moving, getting warm. Time to get the stick stove going. There's a couple of perfect little stringy dead trees here. Start with that. Much warmer in the woods here, out of the wind. So I planned on fishing tomorrow as well, but yeah, my gear is going to be iced tomorrow morning. So I didn't want to spend any time cooking, or as little as possible anyway. So I just brought some KD and make it for dinner. Oh my goodness, this is so appreciated right now. I'm so hungry. Food. Well, it's been raining for a while. Worst case scenario, really. Not at all, I imagined this little trip going, but anyway, it is what it is, and the variety, the unexpectedness is what keeps this fresh, so. Been in the hammock for about 12 hours. It's very hard to get up this morning, knowing that my gear is all wet. There's a cold north wind blowing hard out there, and I gotta schlep out of here. It rained hard last night. A little snow toward the end, I guess, but look at this. Like, ice stuck to this. It's gonna be a complete mess to clean up. That was a nasty job, and a pretty nasty little trip in the end. It seemed like it would be so nice with snowfall overnight and ice fishing 2 days, but what are you gonna do? I got to see that beautiful red fox, and one pike threw me a bone to save the fishing for me, so I'll take it. I've said this before, but fall is my least favorite season for camping, and this trip is a good example of why. The first couple of weeks of fall might be the best camping of the year, but the rest tends to be pretty cold, wet, dark, and windy, at least in Canada. It makes it hard to bite off a significant trip, especially when I'm solo. There was just one trip left in fall, and it had some of the nastiest weather yet, with a rare mix of thunder and snow. After hitting it off with Xander in September, we made plans for a hot tent trip with another backcountry buddy, Brad from Explore the Backcountry. This was Brad and Xander's first time meeting in person, but they ended up chatting late into the night like boys at a sleepover while I drifted off. We set up camp at our access point for the night to set out the next morning for what would be an unexpectedly tough day. But good food and good company will get you through any tough day in the bush. I put the pillow on the other side of it so my head is sitting like this. Hi! We are in Brad's mountaineering tent for the night. Just staging for our trip tomorrow. Got Xander. I got Brad.
What's up?
And we're bonding here in close quarters. And,
Grateful
nice.
that it's nice and cool and cuddly as opposed to hot and sweaty.
Yeah. Like snow tunnel. Oh my goodness. We got a bit of a blizzard last night. You mind if I use the word blizzard?
Blizzard away.
Snowmageddon.
I'm not trying to play it up, you know. Oh, let's see what we got out there.
Who goes knocking at my door?
Hi! Old Man Winter!
So we camped at the access point last night because it would be unsafe to drive today. So we just all got here last night. Now we're good to get a good head start today and get out of here through this fresh snow. It's starting to mist though. It's gonna be a nasty day. Oh.
I don't know if you can hear that, but there's thunder rumbling. Thought I saw lightning in the sky. Weird weather.
Very weird weather.
That's interesting. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm wondering if I should move this one back.
So we're at that point where you just wonder if you need to pull the plug. This trail has degraded and it's going to be quite difficult to use. It's raining, it's getting cold. 30-kilometer-an-hour winds tonight, and we only have 5 hours of daylight left now, so we're wondering if we have to pull the plug and go to plan B. So Brad got a soaker. We blew half of our day on this attempted route, and we're pulling the plug, going to the next option. So we're on to plan B. It's just gonna have to work because we got 2 hours left in the day. Yeah, this 30-kilometer winds are kicking up. So are we camping over there? Yeah, I think so. You guys are cool. What? We're good with this?
Yeah.
Yes, this is good.
Woo!
All you guys with your stupid camera. Where'd you go? Thank you.
Got a beautiful spot here by the lake. We had a heck of a day getting in here. Splitting the wood, we're getting ready to get into the tent, start the stove. Oh, the moment. This is the moment. This is what it's all about. Buddy Xander.
3 men in a hot tent, not 3 boys.
Holy man, that's sick.
Oh, without.
Whatever. I'd say with.
I think it's without, actually. I remember from last time.
Okay, I'm glad you consulted me.
Yeah, I just had to.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind that I'm touching with my hands.
No.
Okay.
I trust you.
Yeah. I think that's right.
Thank
yeah,
you
no
so
cilantro.
much. Look at that. Work of art.
Some tomatoes.
Oh.
And then. Boom. Lime.
You got those tongs. Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, man.
This is the bomb. So good. Thank you.
That lime, man.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys still wired?
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty great. Oh my. Energizer bunnies. I'm so dead.
I'm tired, but I'm also
dead
feeling great.
since last night.
It's so nice out. Yeah, so sunny. Like bright sun.
Well, it was like clear sky last night with stars.
Yeah. I feel like I haven't felt bright sun in like weeks.
That's probably like 8 times here.
That you've done that?
That I've knocked my camera over.
Oh. Cooking outside this morning. Got garlic bread and chili going. And the last steak from last night. We had too much last night, so we're enjoying the last one this morning. What time do you say it is? 2:30. It is 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. After yesterday's grueling trek in, we woke up at 9, slept in, wasted 2 hours of daylight, and it is now 2 o'clock, and we have done nothing but eat, sip coffee by the fire. Yeah. But we're gonna go try and do something now. Try and accomplish one thing. So we ran into some locals at the access point, and they told us that there's probably nothing in this lake. They'd never caught anything here, and they fish here all the time. We're gonna give it a whirl anyway, and tomorrow we'll hopefully head to another lake where there might be bass. Sorry, you want to do that again? What? I didn't realize I was talking over you. Oh no, I started talking.
Oh, lazy day. Alright, let's dig us a hole. They go out a little further? Yeah.
On to spot number 2. We have virtually no hope for this little shallow lake, but we're just out here enjoying it. We're having a great day. We're just enjoying being out with some friends, some sunshine. Hardly seen any sun the last month or two, so really nice time here, and hopefully tomorrow we can make it to a different lake where there is maybe a bit of hope for fishing. Xander has unfortunately passed, so we've put him in his pulk and he will melt into this lake come spring. Can't take everything seriously in life.
Exactly. I don't take anything seriously.
No, neither do I, but I'm just saying. Back to home base, time to cook up dinner. Brad's on dinner duty tonight. He's doing a roast, I think. Should be fantastic. Beautiful evening. Brad brought in his reflector oven. You're doing the roast in here. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Should be beautiful. I've never used one. It's actually, it doesn't weigh much at all. Pretty sweet. Mind my fingers. Oh, I can't wait to bite some of that shallot. The shallotty goodness.
Yeah, but
look at that.
The potatoes were just whatever.
I'm diving into a potato.
It tastes good. I can verify that.
Yeah, the potatoes are great.
Oh, it's a good potato. Oh, rosemary.
Perfectly cooked.
There's a nice piece of rosemary in that one. Oh, it's wonderful.
Yo, so good.
It's 7:30. Getting up to actually get some fishing in time in today in this next lake. This is how we've been sleeping. One person here, and then the last person on the side. Worked out fine. It's fairly tight quarters, but does the job.
We're getting screened up. Yeah, boy. Sunny, sunny day. It's gonna be beautiful. Hope we'll find some bass.
Got my picks. Oh, there's lots of slush. Okay, that's good. Yeah, we're safe here for now. We'll keep drilling, but yeah, it's good for now. Good 6 inches.
6 inches?
Yeah, for sure. Bass wouldn't be the first species I would normally target in the winter, but this lake only has trout. Otherwise, trout's not open for another couple of weeks. So it's all we've got. And bass can be fun through the winter. I've had some amazing bass action in early winter, so it's a good workout. So you can rewind sonar as well. I just had a fish come up, check me out, but wouldn't play ball. Came off bottom here. That's the fish coming off bottom. And playing around with me a bit, but then I tried to make him chase up, and he was like, nah, I'm a piece. Well, a few marks on the sonar today, but no takers, so what are you gonna do? I'm on dinner duty today, so getting dinner going. Can't keep the boys hungry. I get cranky.
What he said.
Don't you? Don't you, son?
No fish today, but it was still an exhilarating first time ice fishing.
Exhilarating.
I'm not done with it. Like, I'll continue to ice fish until I catch a fish, and then I can make a decision whether I like ice fishing or not.
When you get a fish, you will like it.
Yeah.
Ice fishing is either super boring or it's like the most fun day in winter. It's kind of a party in my mouth, like multiple flavors at once, just coming together.
Thanksgiving dinner leftovers is the theme tonight.
So good. It's like when you scoop up like the last few bites of a Thanksgiving dinner, scraping off the plate, bits of turkey, and it's really good.
100%. Bit of a dinner roll in there too.
Throw away?
Almost done.
So beautiful out tonight. Moon and clouds are drifting across the sky, and there is a meteor shower. Geminids, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but it's a fairly frequent meteor shower. We're really enjoying watching it here. Mild night too. Well, we're backing up in here. It's supposed to be -7 last night. I don't agree, it feels colder than that this morning.
Yeah, it's way colder.
We've got lots of fire left over from the hot tent, so we're having a nice big fire this morning. Why not? It's not a campsite, so if we leave the wood, no one's going to use it. So we'll enjoy it. Oh yeah, look at that, getting all doughy and bubbly.
Well, we processed all this wood on the first night, and it was like...
Yo, yeah, all this major wood is from the first night.
Yeah. Well, this trip ended up being nothing that we expected. Didn't get to our original plan. We got rain on, there was thunder. No fish. we probably would have better luck on our target lake, but what are you going to do? We ended up having such a great time just together, enjoying some good company. So that's what it was all about on this one.
Behind the scenes. Vlogger life.
Doing these trips is hilarious. I'm setting up my shot here. The two of them set up their shot up there. Okay.
Do it again. One more time. With feeling.
Got it. Scene.
Cut.
Beautiful day. Oh, it's amazing. Camera. 2 camera. 3 camera. Looks up. I'm being watched. He said he felt my tummy.
While you'd think winter had already begun, technically it was still fall. But the true wintry conditions of deep snow and bitter cold were just around the corner. As a paddler, I'm reluctant to admit it, but I'm a bit excited as the lakes freeze up. The change is interesting and beautiful and creates a whole new world to explore. In the 4th and final episode of this series, my year as a YouTube camper will come full circle with the dark and cold days of a Canadian winter.